Hello everybody, thank you very much for joining me, and today I'm going to be doing a 3-player playthrough of Voidfall. I am joined by Sir Nigel Buckle, who sat opposite me.
Hello.
And Sir Davey Turtsey, who is on the other end of a Discord chat link.
Hope I'm coming through loud and clear. It's good to be here.
You are now. Yes. So, who's going to tell us what Voidfall is? Science.
Voidfall is a space 4X game for the Euro enthusiasts, which means that it's about the empire building and the resource management and the fleet management. But there is obviously shooting to be done as well, mostly against the insidious Voidborn, which is an enemy from beyond our universe, from another dimension that has taken over the Dominium, the previous galactic empire/government of mankind. And we are independent houses who used to live either on the fringe or somehow managed to get out when the Voidborn took over, and we have got together. We sealed the rift. That is, we cut the Voidborn's forces off from reinforcements. That's experience you can try out yourself in the cooperative mode of the game. And now that the galaxy is, safe from imminent destruction, we're all like, well, having a central government for humanity was a great idea, and I think I should be the one to do it.
Right.
So now we have to play competitively to decide which one of us has the most influence over mankind, humanity. But just because we sealed the rift, the Voidborn isn't completely gone. The corrupted fleets and the corruption it left behind is still all over the galaxy, and it can still get in contact with us and tempt us to let more of the rot in. So most of the fighting we will be doing will be against the Voidborn's lingering fleets, and it will still reinforce, but it will not outright attack us.
Right, I see. So you've dipped into the theme of the game as well there. Let's just bring it back.
Yeah.
It's a science fiction, space, 4X game. And one thing that you did mention in that introduction is that there is a way that you can play this game cooperatively. Yes. Or competitively.
Yep, the cooperative game is for 1 to 4 players, and the competitive game is for 2 to 4 players.
Okay, so there's a solo mode as well.
The cooperative
stupidest question in the world. Yeah. So the solo mode is basically a 1-player version of the cooperative version of the game.
Yes.
Right, and this is going to be on Kickstarter. You're probably watching this video because it's going on Kickstarter. 28th of September. 2021. Mindclash Games is the publisher. Nigel and David, you've been working on this game for how long?
3 years, I think we probably say, David.
I approached Victor with the idea of adapting Nigel's radically different ideas of 4X into a Mindclash game. Mm-hmm. The penultimate UK Game Expo that happened before COVID, so that would have been 2018 or 2017. No, I think we approved the plan in 2017 and we started working with Nigel in 2018, yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, and here we are 2021 with Voidfall on the table. Now, before we start or do too much more of the video, there's a couple of things we need to tell you before we start. This looks gorgeous. Ian O'Toole has done his magic again, but what you see here is a prototype, okay? This is not the final version of the game. This is a very nicely put together prototype, but everything you see here, all of the graphic design, all of the artwork and everything else, even though some of it looks finished, this is not quite the finished version. Tweaks are still being made. The other part of this game, which is not quite finished, is the actual entire full rules and all of the details of the game. Now, what you're going to see today is you're going to see a playthrough, and we're going to explain the rules of the game as we go along. From a high level rule point, the game is finished, right? There's some things about the rules of this game which are not going to change, but there are some small details that will. So if you are watching this video in 2 years' time, when you have got a copy of the game and you're like, well, wait a minute, Paul explained that action wrong, it's because that action might change. Okay, so what you're seeing today is the game as it is at the moment, but there are some tweaks being made under the bonnet, as it were. But for today, this video is going to give you a really good idea of how it plays. We're going to start by giving you a high-level overview of how the game plays, But what I'm not going to do today is I'm not going to sit and talk to you for about 90 minutes, or maybe an hour, which is what it might take you to teach you all of the rules of the game. What we're going to do, we'll give you the high-level overview, but then we will start playing. As we play, we will explain all of the different parts of the game as we go through them. So certainly for the first third of the video, you will be learning a lot as we do all of the different things. The second and third parts of the video, yeah, it will be definitely more of a playthrough. So from a high-level point of view, the game is divided into 3 cycles. Is it always 3 cycles? What about the cooperative game? Is that also 3 cycles? Or is that very different?
No, it's always 3 cycles.
Always 3 cycles. Okay, so 3 cycles. Each cycle, and I'm just going to zoom in on the Galactic board down here, because you can see here we have A, we have B, we have C. These are the 3 phases. So in each cycle, you will do phase A, preparation phase. Phase B, I'm going to guess it's called the action phase.
Or focus phase, yes, it's one of those
phase.
two.
This is where you will play a certain number of rounds with players taking turns. This is the bulk of the game, even though it's got the smallest section on the Galactic board. But players will take turns and they will perform actions and they will do stuff here. Then in phase C, which is the evaluation phase, this is where you'll score some points, you'll tidy things up, and you'll get ready for the next phase. You'll get ready for the next cycle. So yes, 3 cycles, and this is the flow of the game. We have the map. And I've got a zoom in pointer. Here we go. You can see the map. The map is divided into these sectors, which are hexes. Each of our houses starts off in control of 2 sectors. So these are Nigel's here, these are David's here, and these are mine here. One of the sectors is a home sector, and you can see that by it's got a nice coloured planet. You can never lose control of your home sector, so you are allowed to move out all of your ships from your home sector, and you won't ever lose control of it. Your other sectors that you control, if you do move all of your ships out there, you lose control of the sector, so you don't want to do that. Strategy tip number 1. Each of the sectors has a dice which represents the number of population. Don't worry, if you are a Eurogame player and you're seeing the dice, you will not be rolling these dice during the game. This represents how many population is in that sector. And then there are 3 spaces here for guilds or buildings, whatever. They will produce stuff. They will increase your production. There's also 4 spaces here for installations, where you will be building shipyards, star bases, and sector defences. And you'll notice the ships. So we've got the ships on the miniatures, and the coloured cubes on the bases. Sorry, fleets. The coloured cubes on the bases represent, first of all, who owns that fleet. Nigel is playing green. And how many there are in that fleet. So you see here, there's 2 in there. This is the corvette. There can be a 3rd space. There's 3 spaces on each of the corvette bases. So that is exactly the same as having that. Okay, there is no difference. That just basically means there are 2 fleets of corvettes there. That's that. Now, in the middle of the board, David has mentioned in the terms of the theme, we have the Voidborn, which are these, which are like corrupted corvettes. And these markers here, these are basically representing that this is all corrupted. We have Void Storms, which stops 2 sectors being adjacent, so we can't move across the Void Storms. And these are sectors that we're going to be taking over during the game for 2 reasons. First of all, we're going to get points for taking over them. We're going to get bonuses represented by these reclaim tokens or the bounty tokens, but also you need space to expand. So you're going to be building more guild buildings, and once you've built 6, you can't build any more. You're going to need to expand out into the rest of it. So that's one other thing that we're going to be doing in the game. We're going to be moving our fleets around. We're going to be fighting these and potentially each other near the end of the game. But the whole point of the game is to get influence, and influence is tracked on here, and it's 3 dials. So it's going to what is a good winning score?
I would say between 300 to 500, depending on the skill level of the players.
Right. So there you go. You're going to get that's how many victory points you're looking at, between 300 and 500 victory points or influence. You start the game with 20 because you can lose some as the game goes on. Let's have a look at my player board, because each player is going to have a player board, and it's going to be from one of the houses included in the game. Now, just to let you know, there are going to be 4 player boards included in the game, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to show this off on camera. This slides in. Okay, so that's the player board. Okay, and then you will choose which house you want to play, And then this, am I going to be able to get it back in? This will slide in, okay? And that will give you all of the stats here. Now, my particular one starts off 1 up on the society track, the other 2 on the bottom. And you've got some upkeep here, you've got some starting corruption, I've got a starting technology. We've done the setup obviously already. This is the house that I've chosen. Now, am I right in thinking that there's 2 choices of cards for each house?
Yep.
And you make those choices secretly, independently of each other?
Yeah, you each decide which you were playing your A side or your B side.
Right.
That sets your starting technology and your starting resources.
And your starting resources. So that's all printed on here. Speaking of the resources, you'll see that I've got a big thing here of 10 dials. What we have on the left-hand side, this is how much I'm producing, and this is my stockpile. This is how much we've got. So this is my food. I am producing, whenever I produce food, I get 2 food. I currently have 3 food. I am producing 1 energy, I have 3 energy. I'm producing 1 materials, I have 3 materials. I'm not producing any science, but I have 4 science. And I'm currently not producing any credits, but I currently have 5 credits. These are going to be obviously going up and down as the game goes on. And yeah, we each have a starting technology. My starting technology is energy sales. We'll go on to that in a minute. We also have these cubes. These cubes are fleet power. And these cubes exist in one of 3 places. They are either off your board, and there is a limited supply of these. Is it 13 per player, I think? On your board, which represents what I've got available. And what you do is you use this when you're building ships, you move it onto the plastic bases here. So you are limited in terms of 13 in total in the game.
14.
14, okay. But you can't put them from here onto the ships. You've got to put them from there onto here, and then from here onto here.
And if you take losses in combat, they come off the ball back onto
here.
Onto your...
Yes, they don't go back here.
Yep.
We have some technology cards here. We have a combat track. We have some agendas here. We have the Galactic board here with some trade tokens and some other things. The rest of it, we will go into detail as we go along. So let's jump in and let's start. We are on cycle 1, and we are doing phase A, but we actually don't do phase A in the first cycle of the game. We also don't do that in the first cycle of the game. So the first bit is, and let's zoom in. We have...
As last part of the setup, we revealed 3 cards because there are 3 players.
Put them in number order. These are priority cards, and trust me, they do come in numbers 1 to 14. But we have randomly shuffled them and dealt out 7, 8, and 9. So that's just chance that we've got sequential numbers, but they are placed in that order. And now we each look at our starting card, and there is a number on the starting card. This is the starting priority. Now I've got the highest, 16.
I've got 14.
And David's got 1, I think.
Correct.
Okay, so what that means is David is going to have choice of which one of these cards to take. Then Nigel's going to choose, then I'm going to choose. Now, the choice of card you take is going to determine 2 things. It's going to determine your position in the turn order for that entire cycle. It's also going to get you this card, which has got a one-off bonus on it. So, David, you are first to choose. Which card would you like, and where would you want to go in turn order?
So, while a trade token would be a nice economic boost, but considering I have chosen my militaristic start for my house, and therefore I foresee a lot of need for fleets and shooty. Plus, going first is great because then I can pick an event. So I think I would like to go first and take that extra fleet power.
So you go here, and you're going to get this, which means, and we're probably not going to explain all of the icons in the game, but this basically means David increases his fleet power by 1. So what we've done is we've moved a cube from there onto there. And he gets that card as well. Did he only start with 2? I thought he started with 3. Fleet power?
Yeah.
Should start with 3. So
3.
you have to 4.
So you should now have 4. So David, you now have 4 fleet power.
Excellent.
Okay, right. Nigel.
Yeah, I'll go 3rd.
So you're going to go 3rd. So you get that, and you get a trade token or 4 food.
I'll take the trade token.
Okay, so the way the trade tokens work is, in a 2-player game you have 1 per space. In a 3-player game you have 2 per space, but nothing here. And in a 4-player game you have 2 per space. But you'll notice one of these trade tokens has already gone from this space. That's because Nigel's starting technology got him a trade token. Whenever you take a trade token or whenever you gain a trade token, you take one from the leftmost available space and you get this as a windfall. So Nigel gets the trade token, which he puts, you've got to have space for it, and you'll notice he's slotting it into the side of his agenda. But he also gets the windfall. Now this windfall is a bounty token. Off camera, we have a big pile of bounty tokens. So Nigel's going to reach in, take one.
Yeah, it gets me 2 materials.
Okay. Basically, bounty tokens are a couple of random resources that you will get. And then that gets discarded. And that's it. Yep. I think you're done. You got the bounty, you took the trade token.
Yes, because
there's the card. I knew there was something we've missed. Right. I have no choice. I will go second. And my immediate bonus is I get to remove a corruption. Now, that's actually okay because every player starts with a corruption marker in their 4th agenda spot. So I'm all clean. I've had a nice shower this morning. You too, you filthy, corrupted.
Yep.
Right, okay. That is the end of the preparation phase. No, it's not. No, it's not. We now have these cards. Now, what are these cards called again?
Galactic events.
Galactic events. There are 1s, 2s, and 3s for the 3 cycles of the game. And what we do is the player who is in first position basically reveals the top 2 of these and then chooses one, and that is going to affect certain things that happen at the start of the cycle. It's going to determine how many rounds we play in phase B, and it's going to determine some end of cycle scoring. So David, you have a choice of take the Dominion back or technology boom.
As lovely as the technology boom sounds like, but the Voidborn event on the top puts more bankers guilds all over the board, and then the objective at the end rewards credit bankers guilds, and the 2 of you have starting agendas that already reward bankers guilds, so I don't want to make your life easy, and I will pick the other one because the other one is much harder. It's quite likely that neither of us will score any of the special goals, but at least I'm not handing you an easy score, so let's take the Dominion back.
Okay, so take the Dominion back. That is going to be the Galactic event for the first cycle of the game. But that's an interesting thing as well about choosing turn order, because this is not a worker placement game. And in worker placement games, turn order is usually very important. So I was wondering what the real benefit of going first was. And I think you've just shown that, is you get a choice of which Galactic event. And as you say, that technology boom would have favoured me and Nigel. So
there is one more benefit, the fact that the basic technology market has only 2 cards per technology and the improved one only has 1 card per technology, but there's 3 of us.
That's true.
And in fact, the first copy is always better than the second,
right.
Which means if you and I want the same technology, then I'd rather develop it first.
Right, yep, okay, good point. Okay, so let's go back to this Galactic event, because we now have step 5 of phase A is we resolve this bit. So this is a Voidborn effect. And it says each player adds...
This is evil getting stronger.
Right. Each player adds a bounty token to the adjacent Voidborn sector with the lowest population, and a reclaim token and a sector defense token to the adjacent Voidborn sector with the highest population. Right, okay, so who's we going to do first? Turn order?
Yep.
There are no choices here because we both have 2 sectors adjacent to us. One is a 3, one is a 4, so...
Okay, so we're adding a bounty token to the adjacent Voidborn sector with the lowest population. So that goes in there, that goes in there, and that goes in there. Okay, so that's made those sectors more...
Valuable,
lucrative. So that's good. However, the bad bit is we add a reclaim token and a sector defense, and the reclaim tokens are really good. So these go here.
With a sector defense.
And in here.
And in here.
And also in here, and we need another sector defense in here. So that's made those even more attractive, but harder to take. Yep. Okay, right. So that is that done. Next. Each player may, now that icon there means we can basically install a guild. Is it installing a guild or building a guild?
Establishing a guild.
Establishing a guild.
Yeah.
Yep.
The guilds are basically the production buildings. There are 5 different ones in the game, each of which will increase your production in one of the 5 different things. So, David, which one do you want?
I would like a science guild, please.
So, Science Guild. Now, these go on the circular spaces, so you only have space for 3. Oh, no, Science.
Science, yeah.
Okay, now what that does is that doesn't increase David's production by 1. It increases it by 2 because there is 2 population in here. So whenever you establish a new guild, it increases your production of that particular type of resource by the number of population. And if David was to increase his population from 2 to 3, it would therefore increase your science output by another 1. Okay, so.
However, the dials aren't linear.
The dials are not linear.
So if you zoom in on Paul's dial, you can see...
I'll show you my dial. You see here, the 3 on the inside means that I have rotated this 3 times, but it is currently only generating 2 food. I'll just give you an idea. 0 is 0, 1 is 1, 2 is still 1, 3 is 2, 4 is 3. Yeah, so as you say, it's not linear. Right, Nigel, what would you like?
I hate to copy, but I think I'm going to have science
You're
as well.
going to go for science as well?
Because I haven't got any science production at all at the moment.
Well,
so.
none of us have any science production, do we?
Yeah.
So...
Be bold, Paul. Pick something else.
I am going to pick something else just because I want to pick something else. Although it does mean I now don't have any science production. So I'm going to go for a credit. This is a Bankers Guild, isn't it? So I'm going to install a Bankers Guild there. And that increases that by 2. And that's it.
On the other hand, it also increases your upkeep by 1.
That's true. We haven't mentioned upkeep yet, but I will put my upkeep up by 1 for now. Right, okay, we are done, I believe, with the preparation phase. So now we're going to go into the action phase or the focus phase, whatever it's going to be called, and we're doing this 5 times because this number is 5. Now, this number on the cards is between 4 and 7, did you say?
It varies with the cycle.
Right, okay.
On the first cycle, it's 4 or 5, then it's 4, 5, or 6, then it's 5, 6, or 7.
Okay, right. So we're basically going to have 5 rounds of play, and in each round of play, in turn order, each of us will do these 2 steps. And the first step is you choose a card from your hand. I'll show you the cards in a minute. You play it and you do 2 different actions on that card. If you flip a trade token, you can do the 3rd action on the card. And you can also play an agenda. So let's look at the core mechanism of the game, and I'll zoom in on my player board, is these focus cards. Now each player has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 focus cards.
Yeah, one of them you can't play in the first cycle.
On the first cycle, you cannot play the innovation card because it says not in cycle 1. So I'm going to just put that to one side. So there are 8 focus cards, and you will notice that there are 3 actions on each one. And as I just mentioned, whenever you play a card, you then get to do any 2 of the actions on there. It's got to be 2 different actions in any order you want to. The card that you play will then effectively go on your discard pile. And we're playing 5 cards this cycle, so it will have to be 5 different cards. And then at the end of the cycle, you will pick the cards back up. The number in the bottom right is important. We will mention that later on as well. And as I say, we're not going to go through all of these cards in detail now. We're just going to basically start playing, and we'll explain them as we go along. So, David, what is the first card that you want to play?
Well, the nice thing about this start is that I still have 2 empty building spaces, but I could always build military. Or, given as I'm first player, I get first dibs on whatever I consider the best tech for my strategy. Mm-hmm. But I'm the only one of the 3 of us that started with a militaristic origin card.
Torpedoes?
Which, sorry?
No, the origin card.
Oh, the origin card, sorry, right.
Yeah, which is
Does
on
that mean then that you... So, yeah, this origin card that we haven't really mentioned, but this is our... I'm just going to zoom in on my board again. This has basically given me a scoring criteria for things to do at the end of each cycle. Now, mine and yours is the same, Nigel, is that right? Because we chose the
B side.
The A side.
The A side. You chose the A side.
David chose the B side. And what that means is David's scoring condition is different. David is going to score points for more military style stuff.
Yes. And on the back of that starting agenda are the starting resources that we've already done and don't need to explain now. But basically, the starting resources I chose includes having more fleet power already on the board than the rest of you. Combined with the fact that my starting technology is torpedoes, I am in the very unique position that I can attack in the first turn. And while there are many fun things that I really want to do, you guys can't attack right now, so why not do something where I can get a step ahead?
Okay.
And I will play Conquest, which is the cheaper, more straightforward way of attacking in the game.
So I'm going to show you it on my player board, but this is the card that David is playing. David is playing the Conquest card. Which of the 3 actions do you want to do first?
Well, obviously, the exciting part will be the first action because that says invade an adjacent sector. And after that, or before that, the order doesn't matter in this case, I will do the second action, which is gain an agenda, which is also very important because most of your score in the game comes from agendas being evaluated at the end of the cycle.
Right. Which one do you want to do first then?
I'll do the agenda first because that's simpler.
Right, okay, so it's time to explain what these actions
I can't because the cost will mess me up. No, I have to do the invasion first, actually.
So what's printed in the white bar at the top of the action is the cost, and that basically says pay 2 energy. Now, whenever you pay, so the top 3 are known as supplies. You've got food, energy, and materials. Whenever you pay supplies, you may replace one of them, and only one, with 1 credit. So in this case, David can either pay 2 energy or 1 energy and 1 credit. So what are you going to pay, David?
I am going to pay 2 energy.
2 energy. Right. Okay. And then you get to carry out the action itself, which in this case is choose a sector on the board and then move in there with any of your fleets from any adjacent. So where are you going to attack?
So I have a total of 4 fleet power on the board.
2 here and 2 here.
I need to leave one of them in the bottom sector because otherwise I lose control of that.
Yep.
But the top one is my home sector, so I can move both of them from there. So essentially, my options are to move 3 into the population 4 sector or 2 of them into the population 3 sector.
Right.
Normally, I would love to choose the better sector, but it was already getting tough, and with that extra sector defense, I would not be able to take it with only 3 ships. I would need a 4th one if I'm counting correctly.
Okay.
However, the top sector I can take with only 2.
Right.
So I will move both of those 2 and move it in there.
Okay. And these stay here for now because that's the sector that you've chosen to attack.
Exactly.
Right, got it. So
this is an invasion.
We're going to see how combat works. We're going to see how combat works on the very first turn of the game. And combat basically uses a combat board. Now, this is the combat board here. It's made up of multiple parts because this is the part which is always in every game. And then you add on additional sections depending on which ships are going to be included in your game.
Fleet type,
sorry. Because in this game, we're going to be using sentries. And we're going to be using dreadnoughts. Even though they're not on the board at the moment, we have attached these 2 pieces to this combat board. So combat takes place, first of all, there is something called approach, and then you look up whether you are the attacker or the defender based on what you've got. And then after the approach, there is a number of salvos. So let's go through the approach first. There are no sector defences in there.
No star bases.
And there's no sentries, and there's no dreadnoughts, and there's no star bases. So nothing happens on the approach. We now go into the salvo. So in the first salvo, you actually work out what the initiative values are of the opposing fleets. And for corvettes, of which the Voidborn are classed as corvettes, the initiative value, which is this exclamation mark here, is 1 for every fleet power. So there are 2 Voidborn in there, two Voidborn in there, so that's initiative value 2. And we have 2 of David's corvettes, that has initiative value 2. So you're on the same initiative.
Tied.
Which would normally mean that you would inflict 1 damage on each other at the same time.
Correct.
But you have torpedoes.
Yes.
Yep. And torpedoes says if you have any number of corvette present, deal 1 additional damage during the first salvo.
Okay, so initiative is tied. You both deal each other 1 damage. And the important thing is you deal 1 damage no matter what. So it doesn't matter how many fleets you've got in there, the damage you inflict on the enemy per salvo is 1. So 1 damage is inflicted on David, but 2 is inflicted on the Voidborn.
And then they're gone.
Because of the torpedoes, and they are gone, and David has won the combat.
Ooh.
Now, what happens when you win the combat? A few things. You get some points.
Liberation bonus.
Yes. So you look at the population of the sector, assuming it's corrupted, which it is. So David's going to score 3 for the population multiplied by the number of pure sectors he controls. He's got 2 sectors, so it's 2 times 3.
So the bigger your empire gets,
The more
points you're going to get for liberating new sectors. Empire, possibly the wrong word there, but you know what I mean. So David's got 6 influence for doing that.
And then he gets the 2 bounty tokens as well.
You just flip over and get the stuff that's printed on them.
So he gets the materials and the science.
Yep.
And also
a food and energy.
There you go.
Hey. And then the last step is that because I now liberated the sector from Voidborn control, that doesn't mean that the Voidborn's corruption doesn't linger on. So I gain that corruption.
Yeah. So you take this corruption, and now you've got to do something with it.
I can either put it into any of my sectors except my home sector.
Oh, you can transfer it to a different sector. Interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I ship the survivors over there and stuff like that. Which is not a problem if you put it in probably your weakest or least scoring sector that you don't care much about. But because I plan to go on much attacking, I want to have my multiplier as high as possible. So I need my sectors pure. So there is some slots left on my player board, and I'm just going to choose the safe option for now and put it on the bottommost available agenda slot.
Right, okay. So you'll see that each of us has got 4 agenda slots on the left-hand side of our board. If there is a corruption marker on an agenda slot, it means you can't use that slot. At the moment, we're all only using the top one, so I think that's fairly safe for the moment.
Alternatively, I could have picked one of the 3 afflictions, which are essentially negative abilities that affect me as long as I'm suffering from said corruption. Normally, once your agendas start to get tighter, the wise choice is to suffer the affliction that doesn't bother you right now. But because this is very beginning of the game, I don't yet know which affliction will not bother me, so I don't want to risk it.
Okay. So let's go back to the conquest card that you've played. You've just done this action. That is now finished. Which other action would you like to do?
I would like to do the middle one now.
Okay, so this has got 2 effects. This one we know, this is spend 2 credits. Yep. You have 3 credits, so you're now down to 1 credit. But this icon here means that you have to add a Voidborn to an adjacent hex to you.
Essentially, the Voidborn detects that I'm doing brave and strong moves and says, "Ooh, we need to send more ships there because this is trouble."
Right, so we're looking on the board for the Voidborn sector adjacent to you that has the fewest Voidborn in it, which is this one. So it gets 1, and if it was tied, it would go for the one with the most population. And if it's still tied, you choose.
Tied, I choose. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that, and you've paid the 2 credits, and then the icon on here says take an agenda. So the agendas are here. So we have 3 different types of agendas. We have growth, subterfuge, and expansion. Each of these decks has been shuffled, and the top card has been placed face up. David can take any one of these agendas, or can choose to take the top 2 cards of an agenda, keep one, and put the other on the bottom of the deck. So you know what these 3 are, David? Is there any one of them that you want?
So because I'm planning on building a lot of fleets, the growth one or the expansion one are the 2 that looked very sympathetic to me. But because both Nigel and I already built a scientist guild, which is necessary for the expansion, I think I'm just going to play it safe and take that one to make sure that Nigel doesn't decide to go for it.
So you're taking E1.
Yes, E1 from expansion.
Okay, and then that gets replaced by a new one. Now that agenda card that David has taken just goes like, he's not installed it yet. He's not placed it to the left of his player board, but it's in his hand. And you probably saw from the agenda that is an extra way that David can score points at the end of every cycle once it has been actually slotted into the left-hand side of the playboard.
And then the new one revealed.
New one revealed is E8. Right, are you all done?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so I get to do my first turn, and I am going to choose the Progress card. The first one I'm going to do is the top one. So this is spend 2 science. I'm going to reduce my science down by 2 to either take a technology card or improve one of my technologies. Now, we can't improve any technologies yet for a couple of reasons. So I'm going to take a technology. Now, these are the technology cards that are in the game. There are 11 of them in this game. And that has been determined by, these 8 were determined by the scenario itself that we're playing. And these 3 are the second copies of the ones that we all started with. So I already have energy cells, for example. This is the other energy cells one. And as David mentioned earlier on, the first one is better than the second one because the second one costs you a credit to take and doesn't get you any points at the end of the round. Another thing to mention, all of these are going to have individual art at the end of the game. You can see here this one's got different artwork. What's on these is all currently placeholders. They're all going to have completely individual artwork. So based on what I think I'm going to try and do next, I think I'm going to take this predictive matrix. So I'm going to take this one, and it slots into my player board here. Now, whenever you slot it in, you get the things that are printed here. So I gain 2 credits for doing that. And I get to deploy a Bankers Guild to a non-corrupted sector. So I'm going to take another Bankers Guild, and I'm going to put it here next to my first one, which increases my credit production by another 2 because of the 2 population. What this means is that I can ignore the upkeep cost of all of my Bankers Guilds. So my upkeep costs goes back down to 1. That is it. I think that's my first action done. Progress, took a technology, did the thing, yes. Now for my second one, that's actually no good at all because that produces science and I am currently not producing any science. So I'm going to do this bottom one. So again, similar to the icon that David did, I'm going to have to add a Voidborn to the board. And it's going here because this has got the fewest in. Oh dear, it's already getting dangerous. I spend an energy and the materials. I'm going to spend a credit instead of the energy. And that is increase my fleet power by 1. So I basically take a cube and put it here. And I also get to regroup. Now, regroup is basically moving my fleets around to wherever I want within the sectors that I currently control.
Yeah, up to 3 fleets.
Oh, up to 3 because there's 3 arrows on the card.
Yeah.
Right.
So you could split up this. This could be split into 2, and you could just say you can move 1 fleet here, for example, and leave the other one. If you move both, you'd obviously lose control of that sector.
I think I'm probably going to do that. I'm just going to move that 1 fleet to there. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Right, and that is my 2 actions done, so that is my first turn done. Nigel?
I think I'm going to play production.
Right, so I'm just going to zoom in on my player board and I'm just going to show you this card. So you get to see it. So this is the card that Nigel's playing. Which action would you want to do first? So I'm going to do the top one first. So that means, again, like the other 2, I'm going to put a Voidborn on the board. So Voidborn.
And it has to go in the 4 sector.
Has to go there. Okay, and then this...
I go up the society track.
Yeah, so basically there's 3 tracks, the society, the statesman, and the economy. And Nigel is basically moving 1 space up on his society track.
So I get the bonus.
And then every time you move up, as you put the marker on a space, you get the bonus of that space.
So this particular bonus lets me either increase a population, but not a home, or I can place a guild, but not
a banker's guild
in a sector. So I am going to take another scientist.
Another science guild.
And stick it in this sector here.
There you go. So that increases your science output by another 2.
Yeah, so I'm up to 4, which means I'm producing 3 science.
Okay.
And then the second action...
So that's the first action done.
And then the second action on this board, I'm going to I'm going to do the production, which means I'm going to produce my food. So I get 2 food.
So Nigel is going to produce food, energy, and materials based on his current production
1
levels.
energy and 1 materials.
Okay.
And then I'm going to score 2 influence for each of those production buildings. So I've got 3 of them. So
In pure sectors. So he scored 6 points.
Yeah.
Right. That is the first round done. Back to you, David.
So I think I will also get myself a tech like you wisely did. And the obvious way to do that is progress.
So you're playing the progress card as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think I will also do the top and the bottom action, because even though I do have scientist guild, so I could produce 1 science and get 3 victory points. But seeing as I do have 3 more science left, I don't think I need to.
Okay. Do you want to grab David's progress card? So which one do you want to do first?
I would like to gain a technology. And
Right.
that will be deep space missiles, please.
So you spend... So there's the progress card. You spend 2 science, and I will get you the deep space missiles, which has an immediate benefit. When you develop this technology, you can install a shipyard.
Mm-hmm. And I would like to install a shipyard in the newly gained fun sector.
Basically means that David can build fleets in that sector now. But all shipyards have an upkeep cost of 1.
Yes, I need to remind myself of that so I don't...
Yeah, your upkeep is up to 3. Right.
And then I am gonna spend my last yellow and the red.
So spend 1 energy and 1
energy and 1
material.
materials. And trigger a Voidborn deployment, which will put a corrupted fleet into that population 4 sector.
So that's got 2, but this has a higher population, so it goes in there.
And that will give me a fleet power.
You've now got 6 fleet power on your board.
I got 6 on my board and 3 on the map, right?
3 on the map, yep.
And then it allows me to regroup. I obviously have to leave 1 down there. Do I want to move 1 all the way up? And the answer is why not?
Okay, so we need to get another base. Got one here. And basically...
No. I will move it there, and because I have a total of 3 moves, I will move it again.
Oh, right. It moves to there, and then it moves to there.
Yeah, and then the 2 can merge, because why not? So, no, you don't need another base.
Okay.
So on a regroup, I can make a total of 3 movements with a plastic stand. Well, with any plastic stand, so I can move 2, 1, etc. And anytime during my turn, I can split and merge fleets. So...
Right.
There you go.
Okay. All done?
All done.
Right. My go. I haven't thought ahead beyond turn 1. So I've got these credits, but the credit production is only on the innovation card, which we can't play in cycle 1.
Correct.
Interesting. So I'm starting to feel already, I've only played 1 card out of the 5 cards we're going to play this round. And I'm already starting to feel a little bit hemmed in. But I'm also a little concerned by these 2 sector defences. Now, what you said earlier on, David, you said you're the only person who can attack at the start of the game because you had the torpedoes. Let me just go through the maths here behind me attacking, if I was to attack, because this isn't going to work. So I could move in these 2 into here, but then they die from the sector defences straight away. Because
if you bring in a 3rd, then the Voidborn would have 2 initiative and you would have 1.
And I would then die.
If you would bring in 4, it would be a mutual wipe, because you would have both initiative 2, both shoot, both have an initiative of 1, both shoot, empty. But in this game, the Voidborn wins every tie, even the ones between 2 players. So that's still not a good idea. So because getting 5 ships in there would require a lot of investment from you. Maybe look at the other sector.
Yeah, so what we're saying is 2 ships won't do it, 3 ships won't do it, 4 ships won't do it, 5 would.
Yeah, or a combat tech.
Or some kind of combat tech, or whatever. Right. In here, if I was to send 2 ships in now, there is no sector defences, so there's no approach damage. And then we're both on 2 initiative, so we'd both kill 1 of each. and then we'd both kill another one of each. So if I went in with those two, I would die, but they would die as well. So I need to go in there with 3, which means I need to build some more fleets first.
Yep.
So let's have a look at the card that allows me to build fleets, if that's what I want to do.
And also, do you want to do that now while you have one shipyard, or do you want to get more shipyards first, but possibly run out of time to do the other things?
Yeah, I think timing-wise, I probably want to build another shipyard first, which is the building a shipyard action. It's building an installation, isn't it?
Yep, you will find it on development and prosperity.
Development and prosperity. Yes, I can do it from development, prosperity, which is also taking an agenda. Ooh, which means I get one of those agendas. Yeah, these. I'm not going to score any of these at the end of cycle 1, am I?
It's quite hard
difficult.
to score.
It is quite difficult, but is there any of these, anything that I'm going for? Plus, you get the bonus on the right-hand side whenever you sort of play them, don't you?
Yeah. So you have to match the focus card with the icon.
Exactly.
So if you know that after this prosperity you're gonna play reinforcements, then almost any expansion card, half of these expansion cards will be helpful to you. If you know that you're gonna play development after this or production, then growth will be your friend. So even if you don't like the scoring condition, you can.
So yeah, I know what I'm going to do. I am going to play prosperity. So let's have a look at my board, and I'm going to play prosperity. The first thing I'm going to do is this one down at the bottom. So this is spend 1 fleet power from my board back to here to take an agenda and or build an installation. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build an installation, and I'm going to take a shipyard and I'm going to put it here, which increases my upkeep by 1, because that's what shipyards do. And then the second thing is take an agenda, and I'm going to take E8, the expansion agenda. So that goes into my hand.
Which makes me sad, because that was one of my best fitting agendas for what I'm playing.
And it flips in E2, David, for the next one.
E2 has come in. Okay, so that's that done. Now, which one of these do I want? That's a good question, actually. I think I'm going to do the top one. So I'm going to spend 1 food and 1 energy. And I'm going to advance my economy track. Now, the special bonus of advancing this track is these green arrows basically means I get an extra 1. So I move up to here, which gets me a trade token. So let's move over to the trade tokens. I take this one and I get 2 resources, any combination between food, energy, or materials. Let's take an energy and a materials. Okay, and then the trade token, you've got to have somewhere to put it. Thankfully, I have 1 agenda here. That's where the trade tokens go. If you don't have space for it, you can't take it. And that's it. That is my action done. I did those 2 things. Now, I can't spend that trade token to give me the 3rd action right now, can I?
No,
I would have had to have done that at the start. Okay. I am done.
Okay. I want that agenda as well.
Did you? Oh, right, excellent.
Yeah.
All 3 of us wanted it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I'm gonna take progress.
You're not in a position where you can do combat yet either.
No.
For a similar reason?
Similar, I can't. My fleets are here, but I've got 2 defences.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pick progress. So I'm going to play the 2 science.
2 science for a tech.
Take a technology.
Which one would you like?
So I'd quite like Dreadnought, but there's no improved Dreadnought card on the market at the moment.
Nope.
So I'd be missing out unless I want to get a leg up in front of people. So it's either that, or I could take terraforming, which would boost my development. The problem with taking that is it gets me a trade. Tricky. Terraforming looks good. Or
I'm sure you want nice big ships.
yeah, go on. I'll take Dreadnought.
Taking the dreadnoughts.
So the Dreadnought special ability, when you pick it, I can immediately deploy a Dreadnought in my home sector.
Okay.
As long as I've got a fleet available. So I have.
So the dreadnoughts are these big figures here. One of the differences, and I'm just going to put the side camera on, not that we can see it, but one of the differences, as well as it being bigger, is the bases only have capacity for 2 cubes. So the maximum size of a plastic stand for dreadnoughts can only be 2.
As it turns out, dreadnoughts are limited to 1 power.
At the moment,
it's the improved.
The improved one, so you can only have 1 anyway. Right.
So that's the first action on progress.
Yep.
And then the second action on progress, I'm going to do the middle one, which is build yet another science guild. So put another science down.
That's 3. It's a very brainy place, that is.
Well, that's why I wanted the agenda that you took.
Right.
And then I get 3 victory points, 3 influence for each science. So that's another 9.
9. Wow. Okay.
And that is me done.
All done. So we've all had 2 turns. David, turn 3. Sorry, round 3.
I'm gonna follow your footsteps, but for different reasons, and I am also gonna do prosperity.
Okay, which actions?
So I would like to do the top action, which is a food, and since I don't have an energy, it has to be my last credit, and now I feel very, very poor.
Yep. So you move on. You get a trade token?
Yes, and the trade token will give me 2 resources, and give me a second to figure out what 2 resources those will be. But regardless, I will then spend 1 fleet power to grab the growth agenda, G2.
Top one. Yep. Okay, the new card that's come out is G9.
Okay, I will note that down in a second. Give me a sec. G9. Yep. And I get to build an installation which will definitely be a shipyard. I just need to figure out, it will be in the new sector, please. So I want to have 2 shipyards there.
Oh, okay. And that increases your upkeep by another 1.
Yes. And now I just need to decide what my resources that I want are.
While you're doing that, I can be
thinking about yours.
Thinking about my turn.
A red and a yellow, please.
So extra food takes you up to 3, and then extra energy takes you to 1.
Sorry, materials and energy, not...
So your food's back to 2, and your materials up to 3.
Yep, correct.
Yep.
Right. My third turn, I'm going to see something new. I'm going to choose the reinforcement card. Now you may notice that all of the focus cards have an icon in the top left, which goes along with their name, but that icon is present on these agenda cards. So you've already seen us taking agenda cards, but to play an agenda card, you can only play it when you play the focus card with that particular icon. So because I've played the reinforcement card this turn, it means that I can actually install this agenda into here. And whenever I do, I get all of this stuff on the right hand side. So I have to pay 1 material and 1 energy, which I will. And then I increase my fleet power by 1. And I can also add a fleet power to a hex at home. So basically this goes here, like that. And then and or remove 1 adjacent Voidborn fleet. That's really good. So that's going to get slotted into there. And now this opens up possibilities now, doesn't it? Because I couldn't go into here before, but if I get rid of that...
If you went in with 3, you'd still lose 2.
Yeah, but I'm about to build as well. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to remove that one. We're going to go for the big guns.
Look at the Warmonger. So
Yeah.
it's E8 that you just played, right?
It's E8 that I've just played. Now, what this has done is this has given me extra opportunities to score points at the end of each cycle. But you'll notice here there's 3 upkeep. Now, can I move that trade token from there to there just now because I want to?
Current rules, you can't.
Current rules you can't. Okay, right. So my upkeep has gone up by 3 as long as that slot is not covered with a trade token. Right. Now, I've not done any actions yet. That was literally just... I did that whole agenda thing because I played the reinforcement card. So, which of these do we want to do? Well, we want to do the top one. So this is going to cost 2 materials. I'm going to spend 1 material and 1 credit. And I get to deploy, I get to put a fleet into a hex everywhere that I have a shipyard. So basically, I can put 1 in here and 1 in here. But because that base is full, I'm going to get another base and put 1 on there. Like so. Right. So that's that one. The regroup, I don't think I want to do. Do I want to do that? No, I'm going to do this bottom one. So this is spend a fleet power to increase any one of my tracks and or add a sector defense token. Oh. Well, that's interesting because we could go for some improved tech. If I move this up, that will give me the option of having an improved tech. But I also quite like this one. So yeah, I'm going to move this one up, and I've got 2 options for the bonuses, and I'm going to choose to increase the population of somewhere not at home. So that's going to move up to there. I'm going to increase the population here, which instantly increases my credit production by 2. 1, 2. There we go. And I get to deploy a sector defense token, which I will here. Now, sector defense tokens normally cost upkeep, but mine don't because of energy cells. Right, done that. That was an epic turn, but I think
while
that's
you're talking about upkeep, also you can reduce your upkeep by 2 because predictive matrix saved you some.
Yeah, let's just check my upkeep. I've got 1 for the shipyard and 1 for another shipyard. And 3 for that. No, it's right.
Okay, you adjusted it already. Okay,
I've adjusted it already, yeah. Right, Nigel.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay. Right, that's your action done. David, your go.
Yeah, 2 evil.
I think that's how
I
it
feel
works.
like you might be joking.
I'm thinking about, can I take this sector here?
Right.
So if I move in with a dreadnought, the dreadnought is different from a corvette in the approach. It absorbs a damage.
Yep.
And then in combat, it counts for 2 initiative.
Each of its cubes counts as 2 initiative.
Yeah. So if I was to fly the dreadnought and 2 corvettes into here, because I could move 1 from this sector and then these could fly in as well.
You take it.
Then I'd absorb one damage, but the other one would be on a corvette, so I'd be left with a corvette and a dreadnought against 2 Voidborn. But yeah. I'd have the initiative, so I'd shoot first. So
right.
That will work. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play Conquest.
You're playing the Conquest, you're going to do it.
Yeah, so I'm going to spend my 2 energy.
2 energy to move in.
And I'm moving in with that
one,
and the fleet power from that one. So, as we said, I lose one absorbed by the dreadnought.
So yeah, dreadnought absorbs 1 of the hits from the sector defense.
The other one, I lose a corvette.
Yeah.
However, I've got escape pods, which says after resolving combat, once you record at least 1 fleet power, you may place a corvette fleet power in the home sector. So at the end of combat, it's going to come back here.
Literally escape pods. They've got a home. Yeah.
So that's the approach done. So now the first salvo, I've got initiative 3 against his 2. So
1 comes off.
Then he shoots me, and this one is actually back home because my escape pods only work once.
Okay. And then the next salvo,
I've got 2 and he's got 1. Gone.
Nice.
So these are removed.
Yep, all installations are destroyed at the end of a combat.
I'm going to score 4 times 2, so I get 8.
8 influence for getting it. And you get these 2 reclaim tokens. Now these are much more powerful than the bounty tokens, aren't they?
They certainly are. So the first one is a shipyard.
Oh, right, so there's a shipyard there.
Yeah, there's a shipyard I'm in control of.
Okay.
And the other one is another shipyard. Is that? Yeah, both.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
But you don't have to have a second shipyard. You can always toss a reclaim and get the bounty instead.
Oh, I didn't know that. Right.
Do I want to? Yeah, it's probably not so silly. I don't think I want 2 shipyards there. Well, that's quite central. No, I'll leave the shipyards. That's
okay.
Fine. So my upkeep is now 1, 2, 3 for shipyards, plus 1 for the dreadnought.
Dreadnoughts are 1 upkeep as well, aren't they? Yeah. Okay.
So that was the first. Then I've also got to deal with the corruption.
The corruption. What are you going to do with it? Push it into a corner and not worry about it and hope it goes away?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea, I think.
Spray some disinfectant on it?
Yeah, I think so. Stick it here. And then the second action here, I'm going to reinforce the Voidborn. So that's can either be in this one, or this one, because they're
all three and they've all
so
got...
we'll put one in that one.
Yeah, okay.
Can't think why it might
Bill,
be.
you're nice to me.
And then I'll spend 2 credits and take an agenda. And I don't think any of those particularly excite me.
So you're going to take 2 off the top?
So I'm going to pick 2 off the top.
Choose one and put the other to the bottom?
Yeah, I'm going to take 2 off here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll pick that one. So
Okay.
that one goes on the bottom.
That one goes to the bottom. So we don't see the one that you didn't choose?
No, you don't see the one I chose either.
I thought we did.
You do. What's
do.
in your hand is not hidden.
Yeah, so it's E12 is what I got.
E12.
Okay.
Okay, right. Round 4.
Round 4.
4 of 5.
Of 5 in the first cycle.
Can you confirm that my stockpiles are 21230?
They are not.
21310.
Thank you.
21310.
That's very good news. In that case, I would like to play development.
Is that a card we've played before?
I don't think so.
It is not, so I will show it on my screen. So this is the card that David is playing. Which action would you like to do first?
I'd like to start with the bottom one.
Okay, so this is spend a food and a material to add a Bankers Guild to a non-corrupted sector and or take a trade token.
Yep. The Bankers Guild goes to my fancy new sector.
Are you going to flip your existing trade token, David, as well?
Yeah, good point. Yes, I would like to flip my existing trade token, and in fact, I should be declaring right now that I'm also going to be playing G2 from my hand.
So here's the thing that we briefly mentioned earlier on. If you have a trade token, then you can flip it once you've chosen which focus card you want to play, and you actually flip it over and you put it on the card. You can see this is what we've done here, and David will now be performing all 3 actions on the card.
In fact, I will be performing 4 actions because I'm also playing my G2 agenda.
You're also playing your agenda as well. Right, okay. So, we've put the Bankers Guild on. You need to increase your upkeep by 1. So the trade token gets you either 2 science or 2 credits.
2 credits sounds wonderful.
Okay. Right, so that is the first action of development done, the bottom one. Which one do you want to do next?
Then I would like to build a science guild in the same sector.
So is that the middle action?
Yeah, sure. Let's make it the middle action.
So spends 1 energy and 1 material to build any guild you want or any installation you want. And you're building Science Guild.
Yep.
In the new sector. Okay, done. And then the top action, you doing that one as well?
Yes.
So we're going to add a Voidborn to the board, and you spend 1 material.
Yes.
To add a non-Bankers Guild to a non-corrupted sector, and or increase your population not at home and not in a corrupted sector.
Correct.
So this is costing you what, David? Sorry, it's costing you
a material.
1 material. So I should be on 1 food, 0 energy, 0 materials, and 2 credits. I haven't touched my science this turn.
Yeah.
Okay, so where's this Voidborn going?
Farmers Guild going to the fancy sector.
What's the Farmers Guild in here?
Farmers Guild.
Sorry, it's not a Voidborn fleet going there. It's a sector defense going to the other sector because we've already hit 3.
It's 3 and 3. So it's
it can't be more than 3?
Yeah.
Ah, missed that. Right. So it goes there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Farmers Guild there.
Yep.
Yes. And then finally, as my 4th action, I will resolve growth, spending my last...
Hang on. Did you not want to increase the population?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes. Pick that up, please.
That's going up to 4. So what that does is it increases your production of credits, science, and food by 1.
Yes, and as the growth, I will pay my last food and one of my 2 credits.
Yep.
And I just realized that growth doesn't let me build a science guild, so I'll build this farmers guild on the growth, and then I would like to put a science guild on the previous action to my other sector.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
And
So
that also lets me
science.
increase population, but unlike the previous one, it allows me to do it on my home sector, so I would like to do this on my home sector.
Okay. So we can check your production values are now correct.
They should be... My credit production should be 4 ticks up.
Yep.
My science production should be 8 ticks up.
2, 2, and 4, yep.
And my materials production should be 3 ticks up.
Yep.
Yep.
My energy production should be 3 plus 1, because that was my starting bonus. 4 ticks up, and my fruit production should be 7 ticks up.
Correct. Yes.
Because I will need lots of resources before I go to war.
With Nigel, yes.
Well, I'm not saying that, but maybe.
Maybe. Right. All done.
Yes.
Yeah, you did a lot.
And you're putting the trade token over your new agenda, I take it, yeah?
Yes. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. So you've got 2 agendas in play as well, which means you've got 2 scoring opportunities at the end of this cycle. Right. What was it I wanted to do? It was Conquest, wasn't it? Now that I've got all of these fleets. So I think let's get involved in this fighting that you lot seem to be getting involved in. I will spend 1 energy and 1 credit to do the top action of Conquest, and we're going to select this here. So just run through this past me again. I go in there, I lose 2 fleets.
To the defence.
But then if I have initiative,
you're going to shoot
I win
first.
and then it's over.
Yes.
So if I go in there with 4,
yep,
we're done. And I can't leave this empty.
No, but you could go in with 5 if you want to have your fleets in a different position.
It's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, so we'll go in there with 1, 2, 3, 4,
1 from there,
5.
Yeah.
So we've gone in with those 5.
Yeah, so 2 die to the...
So 2 die from the sector defences, which is that.
Yeah, and the cubes end up...
The cubes go back here. And then I have initiative 3 versus initiative 1. So I kill that.
Sector defences
Sector defences go. I get 8 influence.
Yep.
Because it's 4 multiplied by the 2 non-corrupted sectors that I currently have. So I've got some points. And then I get these.
Yep.
So we have a science guild and we have an energy guild.
Nice.
Well, I did want the science guild, didn't I? Come on, there's the energy guild. I think somebody's eaten all of the energy guilds. There we go, found it. So that goes there, that goes there. Those disappear.
Adjust your production.
I need to up my production. 1, 2, 3, 4 science and 1, 2, 3, 4 energy. Right, now I've also got this corruption to deal with. So I think... Oh, it's a tricky one, because is there another near... I'm just having a look over there what we've got. Oh, that one's quite nice. I think I need that one. So I'm going to put this corruption down here on this agenda spot. And then as my second action, I am going to spend 2 credits. And I'm going to add a Voidborn. That's got 2, that's got 2, that's got 2. They've both got 3, they've all got 3 population, so it can go wherever. I'll put it here.
Yep.
To take an agenda, and I'm going to take G9 because I think that works with my credit production.
That's really nice for you.
And that flicks in G12.
G12 is now in play. Yeah, that's me done. Okay.
G12 is now in play, you said.
Yeah.
Yep.
G12 is in.
I upkeep madness.
Yeah, if you have 14 upkeep.
I mean, I could, but not today.
I see what I could have done. I could have spent that trade token to remove the corruption. But no, I'm okay with that there for now. That's fine. Now, one of the things that none of us have done yet is when you take over a new sector, you could leave the corruption there.
Or move it to another sector. Yeah.
But none of us have been doing that, because if it's corrupted, what's the disadvantage of a corrupted sector?
You can't establish more guilds in there.
But
normally.
But what you have in there still works.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes, and most of your agendas will say stuff like shipyards in pure sectors.
Yeah.
So the benefit of leaving down, that's the less obvious than the downside, is that the third action of conquest that neither of us has done yet is sometimes, for some strategies, the cheapest way to remove a corruption.
Yeah,
because
that's what I was thinking of doing.
No resource.
Yeah.
Because it's not spend the fleet power, it's recall a fleet power, which you can then put out again the next time you play reinforcements. So if somebody has a lot of shipyards, then conquest is essentially a free corruption removal for an action if they don't need another agenda.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Right. I know exactly what I'm doing next turn. Ooh. Ooh, definitely. Right.
Yeah, I'm just working out if I can afford.
Just realised.
Yeah, I'm going to play reinforcements.
Okay.
With my agenda.
So you're playing your agenda as well, because that relies on the reinforcement card.
Yeah, so I'll do the expansion first.
Okay.
Choose tick down materials and the energy. And then I get to add a fleet power. And then place it at home.
Yep.
It could have been a dreadnought, but
I was going to say that could have been a dreadnought if there was a dreadnought there.
Or
you could have started a new dreadnought. Right, okay.
But I don't really want the upkeep. I think I only need one dreadnought flying around, really. Yeah, I think so. And then I can remove one adjacent Voidfall fleet. So we just take that one off that you just put down.
I might just put it back again and then
that's fine.
You can take it off again.
So that goes in there. And then the other thing is remove a fleet power to go up a track. And possibly I will place a sector defence in here.
So sector defences increase your upkeep?
Yep.
No, sorry, not there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've got that, yeah. And then go up a track. I'm going to go up the politics. Which gets me the fleet power back. That's me done.
Okay, David, your last.
Well, the thing is that if I played reinforcements, I would already be scoring 8 points from my agenda. Or if I played and possibly even go up on my economics track to be able to improve state up or something. But the problem is that I'm extremely poor. And I have quite a high upkeep. And if I'm not mistaken, my current upkeep is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if I don't spend my trade token, and 8 if I do, right?
All right, let's just check. So your upkeep is 1 for each shipyard, which is 3.
1 for the Bankers Guild.
1 for the Bankers Guild and 1 for the Torpedoes tech.
Yes.
So yeah, that cube needs to be on 5.
If I don't spend my trade token, and 8 if I do.
Yeah.
Which means if I don't have at least 3 food or 2 food and 1 something else, then I'll start losing victory points.
Guess how much food you've got? Guess how much food you've got?
Nothing.
Nope.
So while losing mere 20-esque points for an amazing engine might be worth it, but since I'm not just poor at the end of my turn, but poor at the beginning of my turn, I don't think I can even set up a great turn. So the agenda in my hand is a expansion, so it would cost a red and a yellow, and I don't even have a red and a yellow. So even playing that agenda doesn't seem that great. So no, I have to do the slow down and take a breath action, which is production.
Okay.
And not try the complete suicidal strategy of never producing, which I have seen work just by smarter people than me. In which case, I will start with the middle action, because otherwise I'm in problem.
So you get 4 food.
So you generate food, energy, and materials based on your current production.
Yeah, 3 material, 3 energy, 2 materials.
And you get 2 points for every. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You get 8 points.
Yes. And then the question is, do I want to go up on that track to get a science and a credit, or do I want to remove a corruption for a food and a credit to make sure that I can play an agenda early next turn? Will I want to play an agenda early next turn? No, it's not going to be early next turn. So no, I would like to place another sector defense in that value 3 sector, which makes me very unhappy because it will make it hard to take next turn. But hey.
Here?
Yep, there. And I would like to go up on my society civilization track, gaining me a science and a credit.
Okay.
2 on 2 science and 2 credits now.
Why 2 science? What did I spend? Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to turn it down when I bought the tech. Yes. Got it?
Okay. You all done?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm going to play production as well. And the first thing I'm going to do is I am going to add that one back into there to move up on the society track. And I'll move up and I'm going to take a trade token because that then covers up that 3 income, 3 upkeep there. Taking the trade token gets me either 2 science or 2 credits. I'm going to take the science. Okay. That's the top one done. Then I'm going to do the middle action. So I generate 2 food, 4 energy, 1 material, and I get myself 1, 2, 3, 4. I get 8 points. I'm up to 36. And then, because I played the production card, I can play this agenda. So I spend 2 food to slot this in. And I can either... in fact, I should have done this first. Yeah, I'll do this first before that.
Yep.
Because then what it does is it actually... I'm going to have a materials building there.
Which boosts your material production.
Which would have boosted my material production by 1, 2, 3, 4. So instead of generating 1, I actually generated 4.
So you get another 3.
So I get another 3. And I get an extra 2 points for that.
Yep.
So, yeah, did that first. And I can increase my population anywhere as long as it's not corrupted.
Including at home.
Including
and it's
at home.
rare that you can do it at home.
So actually, I'm going to upgrade that to 5.
Yep, so you knock all your
So
production
it's another 1 energy production, which didn't actually change how much I got. It's another science production, which I didn't produce. And it's another material production, which didn't change how much I got. But that's fine, because having 5 population is good for that agenda. Oh, except... I took a trade token to cover that up. I've now got this. But I think that's good. Unless I wanted to do that, but I don't think I do. I think I'm okay. I think that's pretty good. I'm happy with that as a turn. Okay. Nigel,
so
last turn of the first cycle.
You have both E8 and G9 in play.
I have, yes, correct.
I'm going to play politics. So I'm going to spend...
It's always playing politics, Nigel.
Yeah, first time I played today. So that'll be the first, maybe first this cycle.
Oh, hang on. This is a new card we've not seen yet. So I will show people what it looks like. So here's the different actions on the politics card. Which one are you doing first?
And I'm going to flip my trade.
Oh, you're doing all 3?
I'm doing all 3.
Right, okay. So the top one is basically move up on the statesman track.
Yep, so I'm spending 1 credit and 1 food to move up statecraft. So that lets me get a technology.
Right.
Because I've gone to the second spot on my board.
Second spot is technology.
Yeah, if you zoom on yours, people can see.
Yeah, so the second spot on here is take a technology.
And I'll take autonomous drones, which, before resolving combat as attacker, can spend a trade token to remove a Voidfall fleet and or ignore a sector defence, and I get a trade token.
Get a trade token, so you can have 2 science or 2 credits.
I'll have 2 credits. And I'll stick that over my upkeep. So that's the first one.
Okay, second action on the politics card
is to spend 2 credits, which I've just got, fortunately, and an energy.
To do an attack.
To do an attack.
So this is resolved in exactly the same way as the conquest attack. It's just initiated in a slightly different way.
So this time, if I move my dreadnought, I'm going to lose that sector.
Right, yeah.
I don't want to do that because it's got all this good stuff in it. But I could move my 2 corvettes into there, which would normally be a loss.
But because of your autonomous drones,
I can spend another trade token to ignore. There's no sector defences, but I destroy a full-born fleet.
Okay. Oh, which means you then have initiative and you then destroy the other one.
Correct. So it's now dead.
Wow.
So that scores me 3 times 3,
9.
so another 9 points.
I think Nigel didn't get the memo that I should be the aggressive player.
And I get the 2 bounties,
bounties,
which is 2 energy, which is quite good since I had none, and 1 food and 1 materials. So that's them spent.
Okay, yep.
And that's going back.
What are you going to do with this corruption?
I'm going to leave it there for the moment.
Okay.
Because the third action here is do a deployment.
Third action on the politics card.
It's do a deployment, which again, these are both full up, so there has to be a defence in here.
Okay, but then it spend 2 science to basically remove a corruption.
Which I'll remove this one.
Right, okay. And we're adding a sector defence here because there can only be 3 Voidborn in there, so if you were to add a 4th, it actually adds a sector defence instead. Which is worse? Yes, that's worse, isn't it?
Usually, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we've all taken 5 turns. So let's go back to the Galactic board. You can now see that that's that. The bit that we skipped over is this. At the end of each player's turn, you can only have 2 plastic stands per sector. Okay? Yeah. So you could potentially have 6 corvettes, or 6 fleets of corvettes, but it's 2 plastic stands per sector. We now go into the evaluation phase, which is C. And the first thing we do is we pay upkeep. So here is a list of everything in the game that costs upkeep. So these are destroyers, which we're not using. Dreadnoughts we are using. Carriers we're not using. So it's 1 per dreadnought. 1 for each sector that you have that has at least 1 sector defence in it. 1 for each starbase, 1 for each shipyard, and 1 for each Bankers Guild. 2 upkeep if you've got a certain what's it called? Affliction.
Yep.
Upkeep depending on what technology cards you've got, and 3 upkeep for each agenda that isn't covered with a trade token. And you pay for your upkeep with materials or energy, or food, which will pay for 2 upkeep. And each upkeep you cannot pay for will cost you 4 influence. So Nigel, your upkeep is
5,
and you're just going to pay for
3 for the shipyards.
3 for the shipyards, 1 for the dreadnought,
and 1 for the sector defence.
1 for the sector defence. So you pay 5.
Yeah, which means in effect I'll pay 3 food.
Okay. David? You're on 5 as well.
1, 2, 3 shipyards, 1 credit Bankers Guild, that's 4, and my Terror Torpedoes is my 5th, so I will pay 4. Sorry, I have 5 upkeep, so I will pay 2 food and 1 energy, or 1 more food. Let me figure that out.
Mine's also 5.
It's 1 more food, so 3 food.
I've paid 2 food and an energy for my 5. Because my Bankers Guilds don't cost me anything. Yep. My sector defences don't cost me anything.
Nice.
But I've got 2 shipyards and I've got this agenda without a trade token on it. So that's where the 5 comes in for me. Right. So now that we've done that, we now do this bit. Now, we kind of skipped over this at the start. But the player who chose this card, which in this case David, was not only deciding what happens at the start, but also this is setting a scoring condition which is now going to be resolved. So all players can do this, but of course David is the one that chose this card here. And what we've got is we've got 2 different conditions. If you meet the condition, you get to do the thing, and it's and or. But if you don't get to do either of them, you do get this as compensation. So the first one is basically to have 8 fleet power on the board. None of us have that.
No.
In all fairness, this is out of all galactic events, these are the 2 hardest objectives because it's on a 5 that is more helpful than hurtful. So if somebody wanted to specialize, this is the one time they can.
Right.
But this for most people's first game for this particular card, it tends to be nobody gets any of the objectives.
Right, and the second one is to have reached or passed tier 2 on either one of the civilization tracks. So if you just have a quick look, the 3 civilization tracks, they are divided into tiers or levels or eras or whatever they're going to be called, and that requires that you have to at least got into tier 2. So we haven't done, none of us have done any of those things, which means we all get the compensation of we can build an installation.
Yep, I would like to build a shipyard in the sector that doesn't have one.
Shipyard in the sector that doesn't have one, which puts your upkeep up by 1. Well, I quite like the idea of a shipyard as well. But I also quite like the idea of sector defence. Now, you say that these Voidborn, they don't attack us.
No.
We attack them, they don't attack us.
Correct.
So we're the bad guys.
No, we're liberating humanity from the evil clutch of the...
Oh, right, that's what we're doing, is it?
Yeah.
Right, okay. By going in and, yeah.
They're not attacking us anymore because we already closed the rift. So the boss is on no longer on manual control.
So they're sulking, I see. Right. Do I want a shipyard? I'm not sure, actually. No, I'll tell you what, I'm going to build a sector defence because of my energy cells. They don't cost me any upkeep. Nigel, what would you like?
I'm going to have a sector defence here.
Right. Okay.
Protecting my shipyards.
Yes. So that's...
And a second sector defence.
Doesn't cost on the upkeep. Yeah. So that's that done. Now we do 3. We all score our agenda. So I'm going to zoom in on mine and show you how this works. So basically for each agenda that you have, you score it based on all of the conditions that's printed on it. Except
these ones are slightly different. The basic one, you just score it, whereas these ones are a little more complicated.
You have to have met the criteria to do it. Yeah. So for me, this one is for each of my technologies, I will score the points printed on them. I have 2 technologies in play. They are 3 each, so that's 6 points. Every population of 5 that I have in a non-corrupted sector, which will get me 5 points. I do have a 5 population.
Yep, so you're 11 now.
So that's 11 points. I don't have a 6 population. And then each of my guilds is worth 2, but my credit guilds are actually worth 4 instead. So if we just have a look at the map, there was my 5 population. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 8 guilds. So that would be 16 points.
Yep.
But 2 of them are credit guilds, so that's 20 points.
Plus the 11.
Plus the 11. So I get 31 from this agenda. So I'm going to add the 31 now. 1, 2, 3. Puts me up to 69 influence. Now, this second agenda, I have to have met the conditions. This is basically, I need a production of 8 or more science to meet that, to do it. If I do, I get 10 points. I am only producing 3 science.
So yeah,
so forget that. And you have to have done the top one before you do the bottom one. Right, that's the bit I've misunderstood. I will have to up my science output then.
Which is why I wanted that, because I'm all geared up to...
Now the bottom one, again, I haven't met this yet because I need to have a production of credits of 12. But I now have a plan of what I want to do in the second cycle of the game. Nigel, do you want to do yours?
Yep, so again, my top agenda, same as yours, gets me for each technology. I've got 3
so that's 9.
9. I have no 5s or 6s. I then get 2 for each. I haven't got any bankers, so it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So 12 plus 9. 21. And then my second one, I need 3 or more technology. I have 3 technologies, so I get 6 for that. And then I get 7 times my society, but I'm on 0, so 7 times 0 is 0.
Oh, 7 times the tier level of your society.
Yeah.
Right,
so
okay.
I kind of need to push that up. I didn't. Not enough time to do it all, so that's my. So I just get 6
No, but
points
these
for that one.
agendas are nice because they give you the bonus when you play them, but they also give you the direction.
For
And
the
as
next
Dave,
turn.
you said at the start, that you're going to get most of your points from the agendas.
Yeah, once you set them up.
Right, David, how many points you got? I know your card scores in a different way to us,
Yes.
doesn't it? Because you've chosen the
you wanna
military.
zoom
Yeah,
in?
let's just show you David's card, and you can see that it is different. He is going to get points for his technologies.
Which I'm a little bit behind on, so I'm not doing great yet.
So you get 6 points for your tech.
6 points from tech. It is number of sectors that you control.
It's 1 more point.
That's 7.
1, 7. Sector defences,
None.
none. And shipyards in non-corrupted sectors.
4.
4 of them, so that's 16.
Yeah, so I get a
23.
total of 23 points.
23. Nice.
Which did you get?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about me.
So, yeah, I'm about 10 points behind on the curve, but I'll get there.
And then the other one,
I didn't meet, unfortunately, because I didn't have time to reinforce.
yeah, if you
Right.
look again,
Needs to have 2 full
Fleets.
fleets
Full.
on the board.
and today's missing 1 here and 2 here.
Right, okay. Need more cubes.
Yep.
So scores at the moment, David's on 57
69.
Okay.
and I'm on 79.
Right, okay.
Okay.
So that
Better than it could have
was that. 4 is... Now, this is reduce,
The void ball can't be more than 3.
but there can't be more than 3 anyway.
Correct.
Okay. And then this is, we're basically now determining next round. So, you know, ages ago, I said these numbers were going to be important, and that is now. So what you do is you add up all of the time numbers on each of the cards that you played. 19. And that is your priority number for choosing the cards of the next round. So what we need to do is we need to set 3 more cards out at random. We have 13, 6, and 11, so we put them in numerical order. And then with the lowest time value of cards played, we choose new cards. So what's yours, Nigel?
21.
Mine was 19. David?
It's 20.
David's 20.
Right, so I choose first.
Yes. And
So-
then David chooses and I choose.
So
and,
again-
And if we were tied, we'd look at the previous.
We'd look at the previous card, that's the tiebreaker. So I choose which one of these cards, which is also going to determine turn order for the
next-
round.
Yes.
Oh, this is such... So this is increased population, not at home and not in a corrupted sector.
Yep.
So I could put that 5 up to a
You
6.
certainly could.
That's tempting. That is really tempting. That is spend a science and a credit,
Yeah.
which I have.
To advance any track.
That's also quite nice.
So many juicy stuff, right?
And that is a technology. And technologies are good, but I do like these tracks, because these tracks have bonuses on them, and I do like bonuses. Because to be fair, that is that, which is... I don't know. And the higher values are...
Lower in the turn order. If we're higher in the turn order, so the person.
This is a better card than that, is what we're saying.
Yes. But if you want to go earlier in the turn to get the choice of the
I'm going
event.
to go second. So I'm going to take this card. I'm going to spend 1 science
You monster.
and 1 credit in order to... Now then. Now then. Oh. Advantage of having population at home?
It increases all your...
The production of the basic stuff, yeah.
Plus, nobody will take it from you.
Yeah, nobody's going to take anything from me. Yeah, I'll just scare them off. This is the thing. Taking over 1 sector in the first cycle of the game is fine, but now we're all looking at a second. You got, but the third one is like,
Take over at least 2 more.
yeah, it's going to get quite messy, I think. So I'm actually going to Yeah, I am going to up this track. So just spend the stuff. I did spend the stuff. So that's going up to there. So I get to do 1 population. I just don't know where I'm going to do that population. I mean, we could do the 5 to 6. No, I'm going to put it on here. I'm going to put population on there. So that goes up to 4, which means that goes up
twice
by 2. Okay.
David.
I don't want to be last player, but I do need that damn technology, so... Yep.
Okay, what technology would you like?
Since my economy is still not doing amazingly, I need interstellar transports.
Interstellar transport. So when you take it, you get a trade.
Which will give me 2 credits.
2 credits or 2 science.
2 credits, please, because I'm good on science.
And you have a slot for it. And then, Nigel, have a population anywhere that's not at home and not in corrupted sector.
Yeah, I might as well do it here because it ups me.
What's your science up by 3?
3, yeah.
Okay, and there we go. The first cycle is over. And now we go into cycle 2. Pause the video if you need to take a break and stretch your legs. So, cycle 2, we remove one of these trade tokens out of the game.
Yep.
So that basically has just gone. Do not need that anymore. If any of these had been emptied, and we haven't really mentioned these yet, but there is, for every technology card in the game, there is an improved version. 4 of them were chosen at random and placed here, and the rest of them are in a deck.
You
here.
Always get your starting tech for your house, you always get that improved as well.
In your hand.
You've got a guaranteed improved one, even if you don't like anything that comes up.
And now we basically get rid of the previous Galactic event.
Yep.
I'm also going to get rid of
all the other ones.
The other ones, we do not need those. The 2s have been shuffled, and the new start player,
which is me, get both.
Gets to choose which of those. And this could be massive.
It certainly could.
What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about Nigel's power, which is the Voidborn is add reclaim to each Voidborn sector with at least value 4. Each player gains a corruption which must be placed in a tile. In a tile, the Voidborn get 1 defense, 1 shield in defense. There's no bonus for the players, and 6 actions. And if you have 6 or more bankers guilds, you get to get 1 bonus action.
6 or more bankers guilds.
It's 6 or more credit production.
6 more credit production. Sorry, 6 more credit production.
I've definitely got that.
Funny enough, I don't. I've got 0, so I'm not so keen on this one. or 5 technologies for 18 points. But I've only got 3 of those, so I'm not too far. So that's knowledge of power. Or there's strength in numbers, where each player adds a defense and a bankers to an adjacent Voidborn sector, and then each player may either gain 2 fleet power or deploy 2 fleet power. And the bonus is if you have 5 installations, and I'm not too far off that with 4. And if you're 6 or fewer upkeep, you get 18 points. So I think I'm going to go with strength in numbers because I'm nowhere near getting the scoring objective.
Okay.
Damn.
So we do the ability at the top. Everyone's
strength in numbers comes in, and we first of all do the thing at the top. So each player adds a sector defense and a bankers guild to an adjacent Voidborn sector. Oh, so the bankers guilds will stay.
Yes, even if when you take them. So I have to go first. So the only Voidborn sector where I can fit a defense, because it's limited to 2, David, yes?
Second cycle, yes.
Yep. So I put 1 there and a bankers guild in there. That's me done. No, I've already put 1.
Sorry, no deployment. The limits don't apply here. The events aren't affected by sector limits.
Okay.
So you still you can choose either. Because otherwise I couldn't even resolve my event because I have 2 sectors.
I will put it there anyway. All right, and next it's...
Each player adds... So I can choose where it goes.
It has to be adjacent to you.
Yeah, so I could choose the same place.
You could.
Yes, you could. In which case there will be 3 sector defenses and 2 bankers guilds there, but given how Nigel has better combat techs than you, chances are it would help him more than it would help you.
Because I've got a Thomas Drones that lets me avoid the effect of 1, and a Dreadnought that absorbs 1 as well.
Okay.
And I've got 2 shipyards here, so I can...
Yeah, that is true. I'm a little worried about this place now. Especially with the population of 5.
Or you could just reinforce it so I take some damage going in. Choice is yours.
Well, I was going to take this.
But can you with 1 more sector defense?
No.
Then put it to the next one and make it a future problem.
There you go.
Meanwhile, a quick sense check just to make sure. Did you guys toss 1 trade token while I was blinking?
Yes.
Yes.
So that means that there's 5 trade tokens in play and the 6th one has been tossed and 4 is left on the board, right?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you. I can't see them from upside down, from the top-down view.
There's 2 there and there's 2 there.
Yep. Thank you.
So, David, where do you want to put your guild and defense?
So even if I manage to improve my the deep space missiles, that doesn't help against sector defenses, and I need to live long enough to shoot. So I think it has to go to the 3, not to the 4, because otherwise I'm never taking the 4. Or if I buy 1 more combat tech, but I don't want to.
Okay, so that was the top bit. And then each player can either gain 2 fleet power or deploy 2 fleets.
I'm going to gain 2 fleet power.
And I can gain it wherever. It can be in a sector that I own.
If you gain, it goes to your board. If you deploy, it can be in any sector you own. Yes, It doesn't have to have a shipyard.
Need to have a shipyard. Okay. I might change my mind on where I just put that stuff then. Because I hadn't realised we were getting free stuff.
Yep.
Yep.
There you go. So that's going there. And I'm going to have 2 free stuff here.
Yep.
Can you confirm how my fleet powers are doing?
You've got 2 on your 4 population sector, 1 on your population 2 sector, and 5 on the board, and 5 in your reserve.
And I have 4 shipyards.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
If I deploy 2, does that save me from having to reinforce? Is the question. Because as long as I increase my pink track, then so that does save me from reinforcing if I do it like that. So I have 5 fleet power. Okay, that's not completely bad. Yeah, let's deploy the 2 fleet power, please. Because then I have how many? I would have a total of 3 mobile fleet. No, that's still not enough. No, because I have an expansion agenda. I'm good. Yes, deploy the 2, please.
Where do you want them?
1 each where I already have fleets.
Yep.
Thank you.
Right. So we are now into phase B. 4 cards this cycle.
Yep. So I've got to think about what I'm going to do.
So yeah, 4. Wow. Can I just ask a quick design question to one or both of you? How did you come up with how did you come up with what this number should be?
Basically, the red event, the Voidborn event, is always a little hurtful.
Yeah.
And so if the red event is a very hurtful, then we increase the number from 5 to 6.
Right.
And the blue event is, if it's very helpful, we decrease it from 5 to 4.
Right. Okay.
So that
this number here is based on how bad that is and how good that is.
And,
right.
and the Voidborn are not particularly, they've got no defense with that card.
Yeah, so here the red is quite nothing, and the blue is quite good. Therefore, this is the smallest focus number event for cycle 2.
Okay, thank you.
Whereas if you compared it with knowledge is power, which is the one that Nigel didn't choose.
Wow, that's a 6. We'd have been here for ages. Yeah.
Which is quite nice.
No. Yeah, I see.
Quite nice red, which pushes it up to 6, and then no player help, which doesn't push it down.
Right, makes sense. Got it.
So
start planning my 4 turns.
Yeah, I'm going to play prosperity. So I'm going to spend a food. Also, you might want to show people the innovation card, but let's.
Oh yeah, the innovation card is now playable.
So I'm going to go up. I get a. Okay, I'm getting a trade token, so I could get a fleet power. But I just got a shed load, so actually, I think I'm just going to take 2 credits.
Yeah, so whenever you take a trade token, you can actually take any one of the previous bonuses instead if you wanted to.
If anyone is wondering why the trade tokens are so high reward, it's because Nigel already got autonomous drones and I already got interstellar transport, and we all went up on our ping tracks, and none of us have flipped more than 1 in the first cycle, so we're all hoarding them. Some games this happens, some games all the trade tokens are on the board.
Yeah, I'm hoarding them because it's 3 upkeep. I don't like 3 upkeep.
Because you haven't built green buildings. If you build 3 green buildings, you never want to hoard trade tokens. You always want to spend them.
Right, I see what you mean.
I'm going to build a shipyard here.
Upkeep up by 1.
And I want to take an agenda. So that's me done after that, David. So
which one?
Me next.
Paul next. Paul
Me next. And
pick 2 of these.
okay, right. So,
the secret one I got was E5.
E5, thank you.
I'm going to play Conquest. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to spend 2 energy. And we are going to put Battle Cam on. And I'm going to move. So it's going to have to be for me to take here, because there's a sector defense and there's 2 of these. 3's not going to be enough. So it's going to have to be a 4th one. There you go. Right, I have got in there with 4. So we have a combat. I lose 1 for the sector defense. Then I've got 3 against 2, so that dies. Then I die. Then in the next salvo, 2 against 1, that dies. Okay, right. And these go back here. So I gain 3 multiplied by 3, so I gain 9 influence. So up to 78. The installation disappears. I get the 2 bounties, which is 2 energy and 2 materials. 1, 2, 1, 2. So that's them gone. I've then got this here corruption. What am I going to take for agenda? Do I want to take an agenda? No, I think I'm going to do the bottom action, which is to so I'm going to keep the corruption there. I'm going to return that 1 fleet to here to remove the corruption. And then because I've now got that, that's 3 more. So 1, 2, 3, which means I've unlocked that. Perfect. Done. Done that, done that, done that. That is mine. Don't have much fleets on the board at now. Got plenty of fleet power here so I can redeploy, reinforce if I need to.
Cool.
Yeah.
So can you confirm that the agendas on board are G12, S3 and E2?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm just going to have a look, because I kind of skipped this, but at the end of the round, if we have 5 installations, we get
an action on prosperity.
Okay, and if we have 6 or fewer upkeep, we get 18 points.
Yeah, which is really hard.
Right, and if we don't get either of those, You get an agenda.
And the corruption.
If it is pure game 1 corruption.
Basically, there are some events that might put corruption on the face-up cards in the offer, and when you gain those agendas, you get the corruption. This one says you get the corruption even if you didn't gain one.
Right, okay. Got it.
My turn?
Yes.
True, so many things I want. Life is so hard. Yeah, prosperity, please. Oh, wait, you only have 4 cards.
4 turns this cycle.
Damn, my plan was 5. Yeah, still, stick with it. I'm gonna suffer. Yeah.
Prosperity, yeah?
Yep. And I would like the top and the bottom. And instead of the green, instead of the food, I will play credits. So I spend 1 credit and 1 energy.
Yep. To go up.
Yep, which lets me build a Banker's Guild on my last empty space.
Bankers Guild there.
Bankers Guild there. Check.
Push your bank production up to 6 ticks total, yes?
Yes. And I would like to spend the fleet power.
Yep.
To gain an agenda and build a shipyard in my top 2 sector.
So shipyard here, please, Paul.
Shipyard here.
Yep, and I would like to top deck 2 cards from the Subterfuge deck.
Okay, I've got that. You have drawn S10 and S11.
S10 and S11. Okay. Yeah, out of those 2, S10 is the only one that's not insanely not good for me. So let's take S10.
S10 is taken. S11 on the bottom of the deck. Okay.
And then I would, you already built the shipyard. And the question is, do I want to spend my trade token from the top 1 to also score? I would score 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 points. Is 15 points worth creating havoc in my life? I'm checking if you don't care, then carry on. Otherwise, I'm just checking if I have the resources to suffer a loss of that trade token right now.
Just checking the things. My Bankers Guilds do not cost any upkeep. So what costs upkeep for me?
Shipyards.
Yeah, so 1, 2, and that. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Right. Is it Nigel for turn 2?
Yeah, I'm just deciding.
No, I'm not flipping. This is not the time to be reckless.
I'm going to play development. And I will flip. So, first thing is I'm doing a Voidfall deployment, which there's no room. Because they're full up.
And no sector defense because there's a limit of 2?
Yeah. So then I'm going to establish a I think I'm going to establish a farm guild here. Just up 4. And then I will increase the population. I'll increase this to 4.
That's a lot of science.
Yep. Then spend energy and the materials to put down either a bankers, let's stick down. That's any guild, isn't it?
Which one? Middle development. Yeah.
So do I want a bankers or not? Do I want to just I'm going to do reinforcement. Get me that. What I'm thinking of is, do I need, because I want the extra, I want to make sure I've got 5.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, I've got 5.
You got 5 installations.
So I've got 6.
You got 6.
So I don't need to worry about that because you need 5.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I will. I'll take a Bankers Guild. Stick it there. So it gets me 4.
4 more.
4 credit production.
Yep.
And then finally spend food and the materials to place. So that will be the Bankers Guild, yes. And another guild and get a trade token. So I will get the trade token. Do I need a fleet power? Really? I think I'll just take 2 credits. And let's build energy production there, I think.
There you go.
Just takes out 4. 1, 2. Has to be done, and then that goes back.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I'm also playing development. I was going to take the trade token because it had a nice juicy 5 points on it. But I don't really need. I've got too much credit production.
You're too rich.
I am too rich. Well, I've only got 1 credit, but my bankers are working overtime. But I do want the trade token because I want to cover up that 3 spots on that agenda to keep my upkeep low. Oh, it's tricky. But I think the first thing I'm going to do is the top action. So I'm going to add a Voidborn to here. And I'm going to spend the materials. So we're going down to 6. And I'm going to add a Science Guild. And we're going to add it to here, which increases my science output by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, which is still not enough for that. And or increase the population of somewhere that's not at home. So I'll increase the population, which increases it by 1 more, which now is 8. And also my credit production goes up to the max. That's the top bit done. Which means I don't need to do any of the others now. Because I've met that and I've met that. Ah, right. So what we could do is we could do that for an installation. That's probably the safest approach. Yeah, so I'll spend a material and an energy to build a sector defense here. Okay, so I've done that action, and that's it. I'm not going to do the bottom action, I don't think. I mean, I could. Yeah, no, forget that. I'm not going to build the sector defense there. So instead of the energy, I'll spend the food. I don't have food, so I spend a credit. Got no credits. To add a Bankers Guild down here, which doesn't increase my production at all because it's already the max. But I get to take a trade token, which gets me a fleet power, which I will take. Yeah, I'll take it. And the trade token goes there, which means my upkeep goes back down to 2. Done. Happy with that. David, your go.
I have 2 science right now.
You do?
I just realized that there is a way to improve on my plan. So
there's 2 cards we've not seen played yet.
Yeah, I am seriously thinking about picking one of them right now.
Right, okay.
I'm just counting if this plan will work out or whether I'm murdering myself by doing it. I think it will work out. So I have 3 mobile fleet power right now, right?
What do you mean by mobile fleet power?
That I don't need to leave behind to keep control of a sector.
Yes, you've got 5 fleet power on the board, and you own 2 non-home sectors.
Okay, and if I'm moving with 4 fleet power to the big 4, then 2 of them die. Then they shoot. A third one dies, and then if I have improved deep space missiles, I kill everything.
Okay.
So
Nice.
4 ships is enough to take it, but only 1 would survive, which means without the reinforcements I can't attack again, which means there is no point in planning this madness. So let's just stick to the original plan. I would like to play progress.
Okay.
Basically, because I just picked up a subterfuge agenda, which lets me repeat 1 action and only 1 action. What I was checking if I leave my progress later, after I've attacked, could I use that subterfuge to attack again? But the problem is that without the reinforcements, even with my awesome the improved deep space missiles, I won't have enough fleet power on the board to attack again.
Right. Okay.
That was what went through my head for those of you that are curious. I would like to flip the top trade token of mine.
So you're going to do all 3 actions on the progress card.
Yes. So I don't think the order matters. I am gonna, because I have 2 science, right?
Yes.
You do, yeah.
Then indeed the order does not matter. So let's go top to bottom. I'll spend those 2 science to research improved deep space missiles.
Right. So we're going to have our first improved tech in the game. So just as a reminder, we each have the improved version of the tech that we started the game with.
Correct.
The other 8 of them were shuffled, 4 were put here, and you can only buy the 4 that are on offer, and you're buying the deep space missiles. Now, when you buy an improved tech, you immediately get the points printed below it.
Correct.
So Davey gets 12 points for doing that. And what happens? Does it slot in over the top
Goes
of
over
the
the top.
previous ones, and you get the new bonus as well?
Yeah, the new bonus is shipyard.
There's only 1 place where I can legally build a shipyard, so please build a shipyard there.
Done. Upkeep goes up by another 1.
Yep. I will swear for that later. And then next I will produce my science production, gaining 5 science.
Just as a note, these aren't sliding down yet. That only happens at the...
Only at the end of the cycle.
Yeah.
And then I will get 9 victory points because I have 3 pure science.
Yeah.
And then I will pay a credit for sure. And then let me figure out whether it's a yellow or a red.
This is for the bottom action, isn't it? Because you can't add a Voidborn anywhere.
Yes, you can. Like the rule is that you can go above 3. It just blankets back down to 3 afterwards. So I get the 4th one
So
in the
should,
number 4.
there should be 1 in there then, because I didn't.
I thought if it had 3, you had a sector defense.
Yes, it's 3, then sector defense, then fleets all day long, and then the extra
Come off, which is why it's over there.
Right, okay, right.
And this is another part where we say that this is still a prototype.
Right, yes, okay. This rule might change.
So you want there's 1 on here, on the 4 then, David, yes?
Yes.
Right, okay.
And I think if I am counting right, because I have an expansion in my hand, this will be a yellow. So I'm spending a yellow and a credit.
Yeah.
So I should have 1, 1, 2, 5, 2 in my stockpile.
Correct.
If I count correctly. Thank you. And then I would like to gain a fleet power. And regroup does not need is not needed. Thank you.
Right. All done?
Yes, all done. And
Right.
return my trade token to the board, please, which will give me a fleet power.
Oh, because of your interstellar travel.
Transport, yes.
Yeah, okay. Alrighty. Okay.
So you played your 2, yes, it's me to play the 3rd of 4.
Development and conquest for me. I think I know what other 2 I'm doing.
Yeah, I definitely need to do.
Although I don't know what the middle action on innovation does.
Talk an agenda without resolving it.
Just play it without doing his bonus.
Okay.
which might be if you've already got one that you've already played the card that goes with it.
Right. Okay.
I'm going to play production. Do I want to use her? Yeah, and I use the
Trade token to do all three.
to do all three. Yeah. So firstly, I'll do a deployment. So we put another ship in there,
Okay. There you go. It's getting busy.
and then this goes up, which either lets me get a trade token,
Or increase your pop anywhere except at home.
increase a pop anywhere except at home. I think I'll increase this here to 5. So
So
that gets
food, credits, and energy production go up by 1.
food, credits, and energy production go up by 1. And then get to produce. So I get 5 food. It's quite good because I never need. And 4 energy. And 1 material. And I get 2 points for each. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
10. Okay.
And then finally, I can spend 2 food, which would be a food and a credit, to remove a corruption.
Yay. Right. Okay. So I'm going to play Innovation. So this, yeah, new card. Can't play it in the first cycle. Playing it now. I'm going to choose the bottom action first. So I am going to add a Voidborn here, because that has the fewest in.
Yep.
And then I basically produce science and credits. So I get 8 science and 15 credits. So that goes up to 11. And that goes up to 15. Now, you'll notice here that there's a red line through the 15. That means if I gain any credits from this point onwards, and in fact they've all got them when they get to 15, that every one I gain beyond that is half a point. So if I was to gain 2 credits at this point, I would actually gain a point. So I've done that. I've done that and I've done that. And I'm now doing the top one, which is to spend 2 of that lovely science. And I'm going to take an advanced tech. And I'm going to take the predictive matrix. Or do I leave that there because nobody else can take that one? And it's actually going to get worth more points next time. Nah, I'm going to take it now. So I get 8 points for taking it. Put me up to 86. And it slots in over the top. And that is 2 points for each of my bankers' guilds in non-corrupted sectors.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I get 8 points for doing that. It was 94. And my new ability is that whenever I resolve a production focus card, I can also produce credits. Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Done that, done that. I now have an improved tech, which means I'm going to score points for this. Right.
Yeah.
I've got 5 installations. I need a 6th installation. I need a 5th installation. Right. I'm done. David.
Yes, so 3rd card, right?
3rd card of 4.
And how many credits do I have?
How many what?
Credits.
2.
Interesting.
I have 15 if you would like to borrow some.
No. It's just I just have to figure out the right order of actions here. Can you show the big screen, the big,
Oh,
big
sorry.
map?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, let's. Did I miscount my resources by 1 again? That would be very annoying.
You have 1, 1, 2, 5, 2.
5,
Oh.
2.
Don't pause it.
I'm just gonna disappear a minute. I will be back. It can carry on without me.
Okay, then I would like to flip my other trade token. go, but I'm getting them in the wrong order. I still want to flip it because I can't decide that later. I think the problem was that I didn't need to gain the fleet power last turn. I needed to gain the credit last turn, and I need to gain the fleet power this turn. But I'm definitely paying the 2 credit and the 1 yellow to invade.
This is doing.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, that was the mistake. Sorry, last turn I meant to take the 2 credits, not the fleet power from the Windfall. Then all my plans work. So just please toss 1 fleet power of mine back into the pool. Yep. Thank you.
David's taking back.
Yeah, everybody tells me that I can't win at my own games without cheating, and then I
for
still
5
can't
minutes.
win. Yep. So politics. For 3 credits, 3 credits then, and to keep the yellow, and I will invade that sector with.
Sorry,
4.
so how much are you spending?
So I'm first spending yellow and the red to play E11 from my hand.
Right.
So another agenda card coming into play.
You know you've got a corruption on your slot, yeah. You're gonna.
Yeah, I know. That's being planned for.
Yeah.
Then using that agenda, I'm gonna put the fleet power straight from supply onto my home sector or whichever, because I'm gonna move total of 4 fleet power into E1, not S10. I should have an E1 somewhere. Please tell me I didn't dream
Yes,
about
you
that.
have got E1, yeah.
Yep, so I would like to pay E1 for a red and a yellow.
So how can you play that if you don't have space?
I need to have space by the end of the turn. And even if I didn't have space, I could play it and choose not to keep it and lose the scoring conditions.
Oh, right, I didn't realise.
Or I could replace one of my current ones. Million options.
Right.
So you're doing conquest, David, yeah?
Politics. That's what E1 matches. No, that's what my files say.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah.
There you go. So, politics with trade token flip and E1.
Yeah.
First, I am doing spending a red and a yellow to do E1 to put a cube onto my home sector and then move the 4 cubes I have that are straight from supply because it's E1. Yep. And remove one of those 4 Voidborn fleets, although that doesn't matter much.
Okay.
And then I'm spending 3 of my 4 credits to move into with 4 cubes into that sector in the middle. The 4 population one, sorry.
This one here.
Yep.
So
I have
who's moving in? This one, this one, this one, and this
and
one.
the new one. Yep.
And to do that, you're spending what, sorry, David?
3 of my 4 credits.
Right.
Then the sector defenses kill 2 of my cubes.
So we're having a fight. Yep. Okay. Just put it on.
Then they have initiative 3, I have initiative 2. So they kill another one of mine.
Down to 1.
And then I shoot back, dealing 8 damage.
8? Why 8?
Yes.
Two from his torpedoes. And then improved deep space missiles.
Yeah.
And what improved deep space missiles says is, when attacking during combat, each of your adjacent shipyards deal 1 damage in the first
Oh,
salvo.
wow. Okay, right. They're long-range deep space missiles.
They are very deep, yes.
Okay, so everything's dead, Dave.
Yep. I get 12 victory points for liberation bonus.
Liberation's what you need.
Mm-hmm.
Your 2
Reclaim tokens.
Yeah, one is a banker's guild.
Okay.
And the other one is 2 food, 2 energy, and 2 materials.
Well, that one I absolutely love because that just saved my bacon. The credit, let me think about it. I might need to toss it. No, sorry, the Bankers Guild.
And you can take a bounty instead.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I would like to toss it because I have severe upkeep problems where I come from.
So the bounty is 2 energy.
Okay. 2 food would have been better, but we'll leave it to energy.
So you should be on 2. You should be on 2 food, 4 energy, 3 materials, 5 science, and 1 credit. Yeah.
Why 2 food? You just gave me 3 of each, no?
No, it was 2 of each.
2 of each.
Sorry. Oh, but I had 1 food left, yeah. Because I put 1 food aside to do the top of politics. So
you should be on 3 food then.
Yeah, my note says I'm on 3, 4, 3, 5, 1.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, believe it. We've backtracked quite a bit here. So,
Sorry.
yeah.
My fault, can't help myself. Then the next action is spending my last credit and 1 of my 3 food to go up on the politics stack, gaining another fleet power. So I started the turn with 3 fleet power and then 3 of them died off the map. So there should be 7 fleet power in my supply right now.
Correct.
There is.
Excellent. And then finally, I'm going to spend 2 science, dropping me to 3, and reinforce the bottom 3 Voidborn. They both have 4 ships, right? Yes, so the bottom 3 gets a sector defense.
Okay.
Yep, and I get to remove a corruption. So first I'd like to remove that corruption. Yep, did you give me the 12 points liberation bonus already?
Yep.
And then that corruption that's on the number 4 goes to the top affliction slot. So I can slot in the agenda that has just been gained.
When you say top, you mean?
I mean the one that stops me from playing innovation.
Yep.
So yeah, let's just talk about the affliction spots, since we've not really mentioned them, but you can put your corruption markers on these. And yeah, if you put it on this spot, you cannot play these 3 cards. If you put it on this spot, it means that if you launch an attack against the Voidborn, you basically you lose a fleet.
Yes,
right?
Essentially 1 more of your fleets die going in.
And this one costs you 2 extra upkeep, and you can limit your stockpile to 8 of each.
Mm-hmm. And the new agenda I just played is E1, which I already have the 3 pure scientist guilds, and the deploy fleet power is currently not a lot, but I can put out a lot, right?
All done?
All done.
Right. Now I just go for the 4th card in this cycle.
Yep, I'm just working out. I need to have an upkeep not more than 6, yes?
6 or fewer.
So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm on 6 at the moment. And that's worth 18 points, yes?
It is 18 points, yeah.
So deploying this...
Tokens, that's sad.
Deploying this agenda...
When the trade token returns, I get another 2 credits.
Oh yeah, trade token.
Yeah.
Thank you. So
So it's whether I want to tuck another agenda to increase, but that increases my upkeep, which means I won't score the 18 points. So it's whether the agenda itself is going to score me more than the 18 I'm losing. That's my decision point. Or I delay it a turn. And I feel like delaying it a turn might make more sense. I think so. I think that makes more sense. So I'm going to play innovation as well. And I'm going to do the bottom action, which is a deployment. So let's just stick another one there, it's irrelevant. And
you produce science and credits?
Yeah, so I get 12 science. 13. And credits is nowhere near as exciting. My credit total should be just 3. That takes me to 7. Right, yeah. And then I spend 2 of that science I just got to gain a technology or improve a technology. So I could improve
your autonomous
drones, but if I wait,
it'll be worth more points.
And I'm not desperate for the agenda that I can't play anyway. So I think I'm going to take something new. So I could take either purification or terraforming. Seems like the best one. So I'm going to take terraforming.
Okay.
Terraforming is when I resolve development, I can also improve population. I get to improve population in non-home sector right now. So I think it takes up to 5 points. I'll take that up to 6. Agony of decisions, eh? I think I'm going to take this up to 6.
Okay, so that increases your food, your credit production, and your energy production by 1.
Yeah. And that is me done.
So I'm going to play Progress as my 4th and final card. I will spend 2 science. And I will have improved energy cells. I get 3 sector defences for doing that. Now, what's the limit on sector defences? Said it's 2 per sector, was it?
Sector defenses, you can put them as many. Shipyards is limited at 2.
Shipyards 2, but sector defence is unlimited. Well, only with a spot, so you've got...
Oh, right, okay. So we'll definitely have another one in there. So actually, I might just go for it. Let's fill that with sector defences. And I get to regroup. But I can't leave this or this empty.
So you can't move anything.
So I don't bother regrouping. There you go. So that's the top one. And then I don't know actually. I mean that's the main thing I wanted to do. Don't really need the fleet power. Yeah, we'll just produce science. So I'll go up to. I'm producing 8. I'm on 7. So I go up to a max science, and I get 6 points. I'm on 100. There's the 0. There's the 0. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think I'm going to use a trade token to do the 3rd action because that's no use. Yep. David, your last action of cycle 2.
I would like to play reinforcements.
Okay.
And I would like to pay a material and a credit to put 6 of my fleet powers onto the board.
So 2 there because there's 2 shipyards. 2 there. And 2 there. Okay, nice. A lot of fleets.
Then I want to spend my last fleet power, that 7th one. I don't think I want to build a sector defense because I'm already on an upkeep problem. And instead I want to go up on a track. Now, I would prefer if it was economics, but if I produce either credits or science, I think I won't be able to pay upkeep. Can you help me double check it?
Your upkeep at the moment is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with shipyards.
7 on torpedoes.
7 on torpedoes. 8 with the Bankers Guild.
9 on another
9 with the Bankers Guild.
So it's 15 total with my 3 agendas.
Yes.
Sad. So which means I would have to pay I have 2 food. That's 4 down, so it's 11. No, I already can't pay it. I'm already 5 short. Craps, I'm losing 20 points there. Yeah, I'm gonna keep losing. So yeah, that nothing's gonna help here. So at least let's solve the other problem. I wanna push up statecraft to take purification, please.
Take out the middle track, taking the purification, which you can move a corruption on there right now. Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Off your top slot or your agenda?
Give me a sec. Is there any tech that would help me with my upkeep? Yes, autonomous drones would. And I have 1 credit to spare to do that, right? Yes. Then, yeah, let's take autonomous drones.
Take autonomous drones, cost you a credit, and get you a trade fleet.
Which I choose to gain 2 food with instead.
Yeah. And you want to block one of your agendas, I assume?
Because I just saved 3 plus 4, 7 upkeep.
Yep.
Plus now I have an interstellar transports augmented autonomous drones combos that I can per-use next turn.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm happy with this choice. So right now my upkeep is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12.
Yeah,
and I have so that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I can pay it. Yeah. Thank you.
Done?
Yes.
So just before we end the cycle, I've realised I've cheated.
That's fine. I always do.
The number of upgraded tech, improved techs you can have is based on the position of these.
Yeah.
Because I've got this above this line, I'm only allowed to have 1, and I've got 2.
So you should only have 1.
So
instead of improving energy cells.
So we'll fix my last turn. We can fix it. Instead of me playing progress,
yeah,
I will play the new card that we've not seen before, Temptation.
And then, but you can't copy innovation, so how will you gain the tech then?
Oh, you can't copy innovation.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you look at innovation.
Yeah, it's got the X on it, so you can't.
Yeah, what you can do is you can take back energy cells and gain a new technology instead.
So put that back in your hand.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't have got the 3 things, which means I wouldn't have then got the 5 things. The whole point was that I get it to get the 3 installations, which then gives me the bonus.
Yes.
So it's a bit of a tricky undo. I can put the predictive matrix back because that's they were the 2 that I were going to get, but I don't actually need this one at all.
Them to put it back, just dock yourself the points.
Yeah, so I lose 14 points.
Mm-hmm.
So I go down to 84.
Oh yeah, because 8. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, because I got 6 for the thing and then that.
And then take something else.
And then if I take something else instead, I don't know. What's any good? Torpedoes? Torpedoes are quite good, aren't they?
Yeah, well, you've seen with David Hughes, and it costs you a credit to do it.
The other option is dreadnoughts.
Yeah, you've seen those.
Dreadnoughts are quite good.
Or you could have sentries.
Yeah.
Sentries are the best defense against dreadnoughts, but do you think Nigel will come your way?
You say dreadnoughts are the best defense against dreadnoughts?
No, sorry, sentries are the best defense against dreadnoughts.
No, I'll spend a credit and I'll take dreadnoughts and I'll slot it, which allows me to
build a dreadnought.
Basically put that
at home, yeah.
At home.
Which is an extra upkeep.
Yeah, which is still fine. Okay, there you go. Fixed. Where's home? There's home.
Yeah. No dreadnoughts for David.
Oh yeah, because there's only 2.
Dreadnoughts.
Yeah. Okay, right. We've fixed it, so we go to the end of the cycle, and we do upkeep first.
Yes.
So, my upkeep is 3. I got no food, so I'll just pay.
3 of.
I'll pay. I don't know. 2 energy, 1 material.
Yeah. my upkeep's 6, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Nigel is
I'll pay it with
And David, your upkeep is 12?
food.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, 12. So I will spend both reds. That puts it down to 10. Then I will spend 3 yellows. That will put it down to 7. And then I'm 1 damn resource short for the perfect play again. So in that case, I will leave 1 energy and just spend all 4 foods, because I wanted to keep 1 food and 1 energy, but I can't do that, so... Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Which is really sad.
Right, so what's next is we do the scoring thing here. So everybody with 5 or more installations gets to do 1 action from their prosperity card.
Yes. You start. Do you have 5 sector, 5 thingies?
I have 7.
It should be you whose turn order, yeah. It's me, isn't it?
It's you first.
Okay, sorry, you're green.
So, yeah, I'm gonna, so I could get an agenda. But I think that would track better. So I'll spend a food, which could be a credit, because, and an energy. And I'd go up.
Oh. The tiny cheat, because I was bad at math. The 1 sector defense I could have built on my last and didn't change my upkeep, so please put the sector defense in the new sector.
Why doesn't it change your upkeep?
Because I paid 4 food for 7 upkeep, so the 8 upkeep doesn't.
Oh, right, okay, should be 13.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going up this track, which lets me build in non-impure, yes? Yes. So I think I'm going to place... I'll place a materials here.
Okay. Friction goes up by 3.
Yep. That's me. Paul, you get to do...
Sorry.
While Paul is doing that, Nigel, can you tell me whether improved torpedoes has 0 or 1 upkeep?
2.
2. Oh, okay. Bye. And what's the immediate benefit? Deploy a fleet?
There is none.
Oh, definitely not then. Doesn't help me.
I spend 1 credit and 1 energy to move up on this track, which gets me to deploy a Bankers Guild, which I'll put here.
I can say Bankers Guild.
That's a Bankers Guild, yeah.
Sorry, so it wouldn't have been that either, because I've gone
right.
up the same spot. To be a Bankers Guild.
Doesn't increase my production at all, but it does allow me to now have a 2nd improved technology.
But that does increase upkeep. But this is after
We've already paid upkeep, so...
No, but it affects the 2nd thing.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So I don't want to do that.
So you're not building it?
No.
Didn't we say you can do it in any order?
It does say and or.
Yeah, I think you can do it in any order. So you do both, then Paul does both, then I do both. So yes, you get the 18 points still.
I'm going to get 18 points.
Yeah.
102. Right.
I am not getting the 18 points because I like losing, but I will get... I take off 1 fleet power from my home sector, please. To build a shipyard in my new sector. And gain me an agenda is the action I'm doing from prosperity.
And which agenda do you want?
I'm thinking E2.
Okay.
So you're building a shipyard here?
Replace with E3.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So none of us got this compensation because we did something there. Agendas. Right. So let's score mine. So technologies. So 7, 10. That's not worth anything.
Yeah.
So I get 10 for that.
Yeah.
Put me up to 112. Areas with population 5, I have 2. That's another 10 points.
Yep.
Guilds are worth 2, except for credit guilds are worth 4. So I've got 4, 8, 10, 16, 28, 34.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's that done. Now, is my science prediction at 8 or more? It is. So I get 10 points, plus 4 points for every shipyard. So that's another 18. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, and then this one is my credit production at 12 or more. It is. And how many advanced improved techs have I got? 1, so that's another 18 points. Yep. So 1, 2, 1, 2. So my total is 192 after my agenda scoring.
So I get 12 from a techs. Then I've got 1 improved, so that's 10 for a 6th sector. Then 2 for regulars and 4 for bankers. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 20, 24 for that. And then this one, I have 3 techs, that's 6. And I'm up there 7, so that's another 13.
Okay, so your score on
166.
Okay, David.
Please help because I can't see the exact numbers.
So you get tech. Your tech score is 10, 13.
I'll do his score if you shout it out.
Tech score is 13. Sectors,
13.
You've got 4 sectors. That's 3.
3.
And then 2 for every defence. So it's 2. And 4 for every pure shipyard. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So that's another 28.
Yeah.
That's 126 I've got you on.
You have got 2 filled ships fleet, so that's 8 points for that.
Yeah, that's another 8.
And then 6 for your lowest. That's 0. Oh, so your lowest or highest?
It's highest.
Highest. So 6 times 1 is another 6.
Another 6.
And then have you got 3 science?
Yes.
So you have, so that's 8. And then 3 for each fleet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 8s.
24.
No, 24.
I'm putting you on 172.
And you guys are?
I'm on 166.
I'm on 192.
Really? I'm not 40 points behind?
No, well, I've only got 2 agendas.
Because you went for the 18 points on the thingy.
That last one is great.
Yeah, the last
3
one is what I've been
points.
working towards since the beginning of the game. It just needed me to play politics, and I was always too poor to play politics.
Right, okay.
So I got there eventually.
So we've done the agenda scoring. We now
One small thing. Oh no, I got Autonomous Doors, not Purification. Sorry, never mind me.
we now reduce all of the Voidborn to 3 per
3.
space.
Yeah.
And then we do the turn order thing.
Sure.
So
If I count correctly.
I'm on 19.
Gosh.
Yeah, 19 on 4 cards.
Yeah. Turn 20.
21.
Oh, right, okay. Same as last time. That's it.
Yeah.
Give me something I like, please.
1, 2, and 12.
Oof.
There's me first.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
We should have done when we do the text.
Next
Start over.
later.
That
And-
is that.
We're in red 5.
so based on the fact that the 12-1 is the better one,
Yeah.
but turn order at the end of the game is worth points, isn't it?
10 points in 3-player game, yeah.
Yeah. And 5 for
Second place, yeah.
Second, yeah.
That's only tie break if we all tie on the same number.
Yes. Which is why this is a prototype.
What, this is...
No, the whole game's a prototype. What David
No,
said.
I know, but it is whoever is...
Yeah, that is that. So we're playing a
But
three-player
I know
game.
what you mean,
whoever-
this is the tiebreak, yeah.
Because we will evaluate turn order at the end of the game.
Yes.
So it's the amount of time you spend on the last turn.
I just don't know whether I need that one, but I'm going to take that one.
Deny somebody else.
I'm definitely taking first player because that one resource difference is not worth not picking the event or going before Nigel.
I can't put this on my Dreadnought because my Dreadnoughts say that they're limited to one.
Well, you could put a second dreadnought in there.
Oh, your Dreadnought stands are limited to
Yes.
one.
So if you're happy with the extra upkeep, you could have a second standard dreadnought there.
Actually. And I don't even have to put it at home. I can put it somewhere else. Let's put it here. Okay, there we go. Done.
So Davey's going first.
Yep.
So David, you take that one, and you get either one science or one credit.
Credit.
And I go second and get a bounty.
You go second and have a bounty.
Which is 2 energy.
Okay. There we go. End of the second cycle. So, again, if you want to take this opportunity to stretch your legs, grab a cup of coffee, we'll crack on. Right, cycle 3.
Yeah,
we lose a
pressure
trade
tank
token. And we then
Refill.
slide these down. And we get the 5th one, which is Dreadnoughts. Improved Dreadnoughts.
Oh god, that I don't have that. That's not good.
You don't have that. And now we get rid of that card, and whoever is the first player,
Which is David.
which is David, you have a choice of the following 2 cards. Prepare for Darker Days or Civilization Reborn.
Okay. I am now
No,
worried.
in fact, hang on a minute. Sorry, no,
Yeah,
these are still...
I wanted to point that out, that that's not
Yeah.
how my cycle 3 cards look like.
Okay, cycle 3 cards. I'd forgotten to remove the cycle 2 cards. Okay, cycle 3 cards. We have Humanity Rising or Defenders of Dominion.
Go back to big view because I need to see how much scoring opportunity I'm handing to all of you with this. So Paul has two civilization tiers and can probably get another 2. So Nigel has currently 1 tier and can get at least 2 more, and I have 1 and I can get about 2 more as well. So but how many fleet do you have deployed, Paul?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Against my 9?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
But you have a lot more in reserve than I do.
I have 5
And you have 0.
fleet power available.
And I currently only have 1 credit, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Which means if I choose each player may do an action from politics, I can't actually invade. But I could go up on the politics track with it. Because, no, I can't because I don't have a food. So let's look at the other one then. Humanity Rising. Afflictions, I need to remove at least one of them before I attack, because otherwise there's going to be a bad day, but that's okay. And then I can do any one action. Okay, it can be any one action. That's not bad. And then it scores for highest and lowest supply production. I am on 432. What are your supply productions?
Between 2 and 15.
Oh, sorry, what does that mean?
The lowest one is
Supply.
2, the highest one is 15.
With our supplies, supply doesn't count science.
Oh, is it just supply?
Yeah, and not stockpile production.
Are you sure it's just supply?
Yes. Oh, you're right. This might be any resource.
I
or it
can
might
just
be
about see all 5 colours on the inner ring.
I see what you mean. Let me check, because this might be a tiny little error in the matrix. Yeah, you're right. This is any resource. This is not supply.
Yeah.
So David, so it's how much you produce, yeah?
Yeah, so highest and lowest production.
Your highest production is 5 and your lowest is 2.
Yep, so that's 7 points for me, and
My highest is 12, my lowest is 1 at the moment.
so it's 13. That's
17 for me.
okay. So that's a smaller, and then 5 points per technology you have, in which I will probably have either 20 or 25. So that's not bad. Does the absorption bother me? No. Do I have a good action to do definitely better than on the other one? Yes, let's go with Humanity Rising. And
Humanity
then
Rising is the final Galactic event of the game. Okay, right. So now let's do the top part. Each player gains 2 corruption, must be placed on afflictions if able.
So for me, that's the other 2 afflictions.
Okay.
And
there you go.
Yeah, 2 as well.
And then we stare in silence while we figure out what's the one action we resolve. It cannot be from temptation and it cannot be from innovation.
But otherwise, we all get to do 1 action.
Yes, I think I am just gonna invade with conquest. But let's see if I win. No, I don't, because my ships aren't far ahead, and the only
So
sector
we do
I
1
can invade.
action from anything.
We are doing 1 action. Yeah.
Okay, I could go up on that track, which would give me some money.
You have to pay for it though, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ah. Interesting. Okay, I would like to take off the other fleet power from my home sector as well and spend it off. And I would like to go up on the politics track,
Yep.
removing a corruption from the middle affliction,
Yep.
and building a sector defense in the same sector where I already have a sector defense.
Building a sector defense here.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
Nigel.
done. I'm going to just... So it's any action paying for it, yeah?
Yep.
I think I'm going to pay 2 science and take a tech. And I'm going to take improved autonomous drones.
So you get 8 points for taking it.
I don't like you, Nigel.
But you would have done it otherwise.
Yep.
Which gets me a trade fleet.
Which gets you a fleet power
Yeah,
or something
I'll
else.
take it as a fleet power. And I get an agenda as well.
Oh, I might change what I do then.
Not bad.
Do an action without playing the card, eh? Yeah, so I'll spend 2 science to take.
We'll take subterfuge, I think. So so I've taken S3, I think.
And
No, I'm
what's
going
it?
to do a sticky pick off the top.
Oh, fine.
You get 2 and are you doing it?
Yeah.
And we have 5 cards, so I'll start thinking why you're doing that.
I'm going to take improved dreadnoughts.
Nice.
So I spent the 2 science, I take improved dreadnoughts. And when I install the improved dreadnoughts, I can either increase my fleet power or perform 1 action from the reinforcement card. So Yeah. I will perform one action from the reinforcement card. I will spend a fleet power to move up on this track, which allows me to produce either science or credits. I will produce 15 credits, but I've only got space for 2.
Yep.
Which means the other 13 get converted into points and I get 6 points.
Yep.
Okay. And also add a sector defense if I want to, which I will. Just to let you know, I'm out of installation tokens. I'm sure the game is going to come with more of them, but with it being a prototype.
Or maybe the Voidfall reinforcement algorithm will change a little bit to put out less sector defenses.
Yeah. We have a lot on the board. Right, so there you go. That was my bonus action for this.
Yeah, I've taken the S9 was the one I took, David.
Okay.
Right.
Sad, but...
So we are into our...
Yeah, sorry.
Final...
Instead of taking off from the middle affliction, it's the top affliction, sorry. Because I forgot that I can't innovate without that. Yep.
Okay.
And
so
I will innovate.
We are starting, and it is 5 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going last. Right, okay.
So Dave's taking innovation.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm paying 2 science to take purification. And move the middle affliction and the bottom agenda one down. Yep.
You may drop to 2 on this card with no penalty.
Yeah, then that one. Sorry, you're right. You're right.
Resolve politics, you may put 1 on. So you put 1 on, yeah?
Yep.
So it's the middle affliction you want off, yeah?
Yes.
Yep.
And that was top of innovation, and then I do bottom of innovation, which adds a sector defense to that sector that we're out of, yeah.
So sector defense here.
Yeah, there.
Yeah. So I'm just going to use this
a sentry, yeah,
for a sector defense. If somebody builds a sentry, we will improvise.
We've got quite a lot of sentries, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah.
And then you're producing, David, yeah?
Yes, which gives me 4 credits, putting me on 5, and 5 science, putting me on 6.
Producing, well, how many you've got? 4.
I think I just cheated as well. I'm going to put that there.
4, 6, yeah. So you get 4 credits, putting you on 5, yeah?
Yes, that's what I said, yeah.
So your dial should be...
Yeah.
You're on 0.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
0.
Yeah.
6, 5, yeah?
Yep. Yep.
Cool. Me next.
Interesting.
So what are we scoring for at the end of the cycle? We're scoring...
Lowest production, highest production, and technologies.
Right.
How do I do that? That. Okay, so that does work. Yes.
I think I need to play this, I think. So I'm going to play politics with expansion and flipping token. So first thing I do is pay myself in energy and the materials, which would be a credit, cause, and then I gain fleet power, place a fleet power at home, which I think would be a dreadnought.
I'm crying here.
And remove one adjacent Volborn fleet, which I think would be this one. Then I'll spend a credit on the food to go up this track, which lets you remove a corruption. Is that one? Then do I need to spend this? I can't invade really. I won't spend that. Then I'm going to spend 2 science to oh, hang on. When we corrupted 8, should we have dropped our dials to 8?
If you were above a 15, then yes.
Which is why I quickly shifted mine, because otherwise I'd have been completely messed up.
But do we have to corrupt? Do we have to corrupt 3 or 2?
2.
Oh, so that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
And then yeah. Right. Anyway, so I'm going to take this off, and I've got to do another deployment, which we put 1 back.
What, we put back?
Put back.
All right. Yeah.
To get off 2 back. It's fine. That's me done.
Okay. So I'm playing production, which I am allowed to do. I think I might spend this trade token to do 3. Well, we'll see first. So I'm going to add a Voidborn, and it's going to be 2 here in order to move up on this track. Now, what do I want to do with this? I think I'm going to increase the population. Where do we increase the population? That is the question. I'm going to increase the population at home, which puts all of my productions up by 1. So 1, 1, and 1. I can't do the bottom. I'm definitely doing the middle one. So I am spending a trade token to do an extra action. So the middle one is all of my stuff produces. So I get 3 food, get 5 energy, and I get 5 materials. And then I get 2 points per, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Putting me up to 208. Then I spend 2 food, which will be 1 food and 1 credit, to remove a corruption, which will be that one, I think. Yeah. Done, and then the trade token goes back. I don't have interstellar transport, so I don't get any bonus for that, and that is my go done. Second round, David.
I think it has to be production because I just suck badly otherwise. So that's gonna be the 3rd and last sector defense on the sector beneath me.
Where? This one? Right, okay,
yeah.
When you say 3rd and last, there is space for 1 more.
Yeah, but it's the 3rd cycle,
It's
so...
limited by three in the cycle. You can have the section based on the cycle number.
Okay.
And as much as it pains me, I'm gonna go up on the green track to build a food building in my number 4 sector.
Giving you 4 food production.
And I can't do it in the perfect order because now I don't have the food to remove the corruption. So I again picked the wrong one. It's fine, whatever. Then I'm gonna do the middle one.
Do you produce?
Yes.
So you get 8 food. And 3 energy to 5. And 2 materials to 2.
Yeah.
And then score 2, 4, 6, 8. Score 10 points, yeah?
Question: how many fleet do I need to take the number 3 sector next to me?
Which one? This one?
No, the one next to me. They say they are
both the same. You're gonna lose 3 fleets going in.
Yep. I have autonomous drones.
So you're gonna cancel
1. Yeah.
So you're gonna lose 2 going in.
Mm-hmm.
And then are you assuming it's firing first?
Yeah, always.
If it's firing first, then you're losing your 3rd, and then you're going to fire back for 1, 2, 3.
I think you'll lose 5.
Fire back for 5, so it's dead. So you lose 3. So you lose 3.
So I need to go in with 4 ships, which means a mere. Okay, that will work out. Cool, thank you.
You have to decide which sector you want, really. If you have to relocate anyway. No, you won't. You'd have to be this one.
In my hand.
Okay.
Cool, done.
David's finished. Round to me.
Yep.
So.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Do I want to do that or that? One possibility. We've got 5 actions, yeah?
We have 5.
Yes.
Yeah, 5 turns. 5 rounds, whichever.
Okay. I'm going to play development, I think.
The fact that improved purification didn't come out is completely screwing me up.
What didn't come out?
Improved purification.
Not the next card.
It doesn't matter because there's no more cycles.
Or the one afterwards.
Yeah. So,
and it's not in the improved interstellar transport
either. Put an extra Voidfall in there.
Extra one in there.
And then I'm going to develop materials there.
So it increases your materials production by 3.
Yeah, and then tick up 1, which I think will be bankers and materials. Isn't bad. Yes, tick this up to 4.
So materials up by 4, credits up by 1.
Yep. Then this one.
There's your materials on. It's on 6.
6.
Yeah.
Take that down by 1. Take that down by 1. And this is put a bankers down or another.
Damn it, I should have picked up predictive matrix too, but when?
I need a shipyard. We haven't got any left, have we?
No, but we can...
Take the ones from my home sector because I'm not using them. Just remember to give me 4 more points.
Unless we use a reclaim that's got the shipyard on it.
That's a good idea.
Take the 2 from my home sector.
Yeah, take them from here. There you go.
I need 1 anyway. There we go. Right, and then here I'm going to spend credit to put a bankers guild down. have to go there.
Formal production.
I mean, Bankers is up to 13, maxed, I think. 6, 10, 14, yeah. And I get these.
Which increases your fleet power or something else.
Fleet power or something else.
Famous last words.
Yeah, I think I'll take 2 credits, I think. Yep, and then that goes back.
Well done.
Yep.
Right, innovation. So I'm going to do the top and the bottom. I'm going to do the bottom one first. I'm going to add a Voidborn to here. I'm going to produce science and produce credits. So I produce 8 science, of which I get 2. And then 3 points. Then I produce 15 credits, of which I get 1.
Mm-hmm.
I get 7 points. And then the top one, I'm going to spend 2 science to have predictive matrix getting me 12 points. Which I'm allowed to do now because of that.
Yep,
and
yep.
that I'm allowed to have 3. So when I get it, I score 2 points for every Bankers Guild. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So another 10.
Yep.
Okay. Done. 2 actions done. David, round 3.
Politics. I'm gonna spend credit, 2 credits, and and I'm playing the E2 from my hand.
Yeah.
So E2 is gonna be a credit and an energy.
Yeah.
It deploys a Voidborn. It deploys one of my.
So what credits were you on? Because you said spend 2 credits. I don't know if I moved the dial or not.
Sorry, I started on 5, so far spent 1.
See, on 4 and 4, yeah.
Yep. And that puts a fleet power straight from the supply onto my number 4 sector.
Yeah.
And you said I needed to move in with.
Well, there's 4 Voidborn in each sector now.
Yeah, but I take one of them off, so that doesn't matter. Because expansion.
You need to go in with 5.
Because I don't have improved autonomous drones, right? So
yeah.
Because no, if I use autonomous drones, then I ignore 1 sector defense, 2 dies.
So 2 die.
Yeah.
Then they shoot 1 back.
So I need to move with 4.
You need to go with 4, yeah.
Oh, I only have 3. Damn it! Where did I have my regroup coming from? Plus expansion has to deploy to home, right?
Yes.
Then all my plans are. Sorry, it's really hard to visualize this far. Is there any way I can attack? That 3rd sector defense that is completely messing me up. I'm sorry. Yeah. Improved torpedoes doesn't help because it doesn't help me survive. And if I don't attack more, I'm toasty McToast face. You can. There's no point in reinforcing now because I have.
we noticed that there is 1 absorption on the?
Yes, that's why I said.
Because I have a million missiles. For me, the problem is that my cubes don't survive.
Yeah, so I don't think that's one thing we might have missed when we were explaining things, is that if there is something printed here...
Yeah, that affects every Voidborn.
It affects every Voidborn battle this time. So basically they've got 1 absorption.
Yeah, and because you've got this here, every battle in the corrupted sector...
I lose 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you invade a corrupted sector.
I was thinking of having a battle. I might not now.
Autonomous drones and improved deep space missiles. That's crazy. Just because I can't regroup. So politics. Okay, then sorry. Then undo because I have to play progress now because otherwise I can't do anything.
So go back up to 5 energy and 5 credits.
Yep.
Pick that back up. What are you playing instead?
I'm playing progress with S10, subterfuge.
Yeah.
Which means I can't even create a spot for it, but no, because the purification triggers on progress as well. Move the last agenda slot up, please. Yep, that one up. Thank you. First, I'm paying the. Move my statecraft track back down. No, that's in the correct place. Sorry, don't move it. So I'm definitely not producing science because I still have a limit of 8. So I am spending yellow and a credit to gain a fleet power and then regroup 2 of the fleets from the back to the front.
So from here.
Yeah. 2 go over. Yep, thank you. And subterfuge must copy production, so I'm spending 2 science for subterfuge to copy 1 action from production, which will be, there's no point producing again, so it will be going up on the green track.
So yeah, society. So
yep,
they get to deploy again, yeah?
Yep, that goes down south. So 5th ship there, because I ain't going there. And that gives me a trade token, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely would like that trade token, and I'll tell you in a second what I want as a reward. Let's not stop my thinking along that. And then I, as my second action, I will produce my science, which goes back up to 8 now.
Okay, well, it's on 4 and you produce 5, yes?
I'm still limited to 8.
Ah. Yes, you are.
And then I 9 victory points for my science guilds.
Well, that
yep.
put you onto 191.
Yep. And then the question is there any tech? The only tech I can improve is improve torpedoes.
Correct.
Improved torpedoes does not help me at all in the current situation, right?
Gives you 3 extra points at the end.
Gives you 3 extra points at the end and an extra upkeep.
Or 4 points at the end.
But it does mean if someone attacks you, obviously you can keep firing your torpedoes each round.
If that's my biggest problem, you know.
Yeah.
Dumb. And tuck the agenda, please, because worst case, because I already have it, and worst case I find a better one.
Yep.
Oof. Right.
Sorry about that. And Nigel, please confirm that now I'm able to attack next turn, if nothing changes.
So you're going to go in with 5 ships.
Yeah. And a trade token on autonomous drones and an expansion.
Yep, so you get to remove 1. Yep.
Okay. Cool, done.
Right. Okay, Nigel's go.
Yeah. I'm gonna... not do that.
Cards left.
That was your 3rd card out of 5, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have 2 actions, or 2 turns left.
So I want to produce.
While Nigel's thinking, David, can you explain to me what the tier 3 icon is on the society track?
It's lose a fleet power.
Yeah, but
first
the bonus.
Power, then you do any 1 action and you still have to pay for it.
Is it any one action?
Yes, well, not from innovation and not from temptation.
Yeah. Okay.
Do that. Good. So many things I want to do. Doesn't help so much. Yeah, I'm going to do production. I'm going to flip this. I've got the statecraft, which lets me improve any. I'm going to improve this one out. Improve this one out.
Oof.
Doesn't help.
Oh, I didn't decide what I wanted to gain for my trade token, so it'll be a fleet power, please.
Yeah, done that for you, David.
Thank you.
So, got me statecraft, which means I get to put 2, 4. Put another one in here, please.
Another.
Oh no, yeah, can't. No, we have to have another shipyard here. Here we go. Here we go. Can they go? They can go up to 3, can't they? Because it's cycle 3. Yes, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then produce my stuff. 6 of that. Up to 7. 5 of that. Up to 8. And 4 of that.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
And then I get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Another 12 points. And then I'll spend 2 food. To remove the corruption. That's me done.
Is there any disadvantage at the end of the game for having this corruption on my board?
Well, you can't put an agenda in there.
But at the end of the game,
Yeah.
nothing?
No, obviously if you corrupt it when there's an agenda, you lose the agenda. But if you're not going to put an agenda in there.
Yeah, I don't think I am. It's, am I going to put on an agenda anywhere, a corruption anywhere else? That's the thing. What about corrupted sectors at the end of the game?
Well, only that it affects your agendas.
Oh, it affects your scoring from those.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I see. But if I'm able to remove them, then that might work.
Nigel, can you confirm my total population currently?
3, 7, 9, 13.
Thank you.
Might work, but I'd have to play that, which I don't really want to play. So, yeah, let's not bother with that. Let's not bother with that. Let's yeah, so I think this works. Oh, it's really inefficient, but okay, so no, that does combo with that, which then combos with that. But then if I did that, I'd have to play that, which is a bit sure. Okay, let's do it. Let's play prosperity. Yeah, so we play prosperity. I'm going to spend an energy and a credit to do the top bit, which is to increase my economy.
Yeah.
Which gets me to take E3. E3 has been taken, replaced by E7. Okay, so that just goes there. Then the second thing I'm going to do is the middle action, which means I add a Voidborn. Just going to go there.
Yeah.
Pay 2 food. I haven't got 2. Well, I do, but I'm going to spend 1 food and 1 credit.
Yeah.
To get 3 points for every one of these. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. I believe. Putting me up to 261. And I don't want to do this third action because I don't want to take another agenda and I don't really want to think. So I'm done.
David.
Your fourth card.
Cool. I am definitely playing politics and I'm definitely playing it with the E2 expansion agenda. I will need a little bit of help at the end to figure out. I'm probably tossing that agenda, but I'm famously bad with numbers, so. Yeah. So first action, I am paying 2 credits going down to 2 and 1 energy going down to 3. So
2 credits, sorry, first action.
First is the middle one.
Middle one. So
sorry, first action is expansion, so that's going to be a yellow and a red.
Yeah, so you're paying a yellow and a red. Which lets you gain a fleet.
Yep. And it goes straight to my home, right?
It
or
goes
anywhere?
home, yeah, it goes home.
Please put it home. Still 3 victory points. And I can spend it if it's in. Yep. And remove 1 void bond from the 3 to the side. Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
And please move in every movable thing.
So now you're spending your.
We're going to have a big fight.
So now you're spending 2 credits.
Yeah, 2 credits and yellow, which leaves me on 0 credits, right? No, I already spent that.
No, you're on 3. You should be on 3 credits.
Yeah.
3 credits and 2 energy, yeah?
Yes, correct.
And now you're moving. You're moving those 2 as well. So you're giving up a fleet, you're giving up a trade token.
Yes, I will tell you what reward I want in return in a second, but it can't be food.
Cancels that.
So let me just go through this because this is probably the most complicated fight.
So he's using autonomous drones to.
So that's before resolving combat.
Yeah, to cancel that.
As the attacker, spend a trade token to remove 1 Voidborn fleet and or ignore one of those. So one of those is ignored and 1 fleet is removed.
Yep.
Why have you removed 2?
Remove 1.
Remove 1. Okay, right.
This was already off the board already.
So one has been removed. So that was the autonomous drone.
The other one came off when David played his expansion.
Okay. So now we go into the approach.
So he now loses 2 fleets.
And there's nothing you can do about that, David.
No.
Yeah.
You take 2 hits from the sector defences.
Yep.
Right. Now we go into the salvos.
Now David's got more, so he fires first.
David has initiative.
1 million damage.
So he fires for 2 from his torpedoes, plus another 1, 2, 3.
For the deeps, for the
damage.
There's 5, and they've got
1 absorption.
So they die.
Right, nice.
Yep.
Okay.
I just need to shoot. Once I shoot, my missiles kill everything.
Yeah.
It's hard to shoot. Yep. And please don't reveal the bounty because I'm trying not to cheat. Basically, the question is, Nigel, I need a little bit of math help because I can pick up S3 this turn by going up on the politics track. And but I can only play it if I play Prosperity next turn and not Reinforcements. But Reinforcements puts all my fleet power back onto the board, and those are 3 points each. So the question is, what's more points?
Oh yeah.
This is the penultimate turn of the game. This is the victory point optimization point, and it's very hard to see from without fiddling with it. So, how many fleet power do I have on my player board?
4.
4. So if I put those back,
you need to deploy some, or you're not going to unlock one of your agendas.
Oh yeah. So one option is that I deploy and keep that agenda. The other option is that I plan to toss that agenda and replace it with S3. Please tell me which one is worth more points.
Well, the one deployed is worth 8, assuming you got maxed out, and then 6 times your highest. So assuming you're not going above 1, that's 24 points. No, 8.
Okay.
No, sorry, no, 14 points. And what you think about this other one you're going to tuck?
The other one is S3, is the one I could replace by going up on prosperity instead.
That's going to score you 10 points. Yeah, you get 10 for that. And then that's going to be more because, yeah, definitely more.
Yeah, then let's go with that. Then I don't care about the fleety thingy unless you want to attack me, but I think I'm good there for now. So yeah, in that case, what I want from the trade token returning is 2 credits. Or actually, do I need yellows for something? No, I don't. 2 credits is fine.
So you should be on 8, 2, 1, 8, 5, yes?
8, 2, 1, 8, 5. Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Then
and you're tossing this agenda, yeah?
Yes, I will definitely be tossed this agenda. Then I get 12 victory points for liberation.
Oh, yeah. Because it's 3 multiplied by the 4 that you've already got. Yep.
And now...
And the bonus is a food and a material. So you can't get the food, so it's just the materials.
Okay. And then the question is that my other action will be spending a credit and the food to go up on politics to pick up S3. And the question is, can I attack again on S3? I am okay to give up that sector because the other sector is better. Yes, I am. I am able to give it up. Which means I need to leave. If I leave the corruption there, are you able to attack me right now as your next action?
Well, if I want to give up this sector...
You've got 1 dreadnought.
But you don't, because it's a 6 for you, right?
Yes.
Okay, then leave the corruption there, please.
Okay.
So just give me the 12 victory points, please.
I've done that.
Excellent. Can you confirm that with 3 corvettes and my torpedoes, I can take the middle?
It's without using a trade token, yeah?
Correct.
Yes.
Because you'll go in, you'll lose 1 in... Yeah.
Oh, no, they've got absorption of 1. Does that matter?
Well, it doesn't matter because he's got 1 fleet and 1 absorption.
Yeah, I just torpedo it.
Yeah.
And if I give up the trade token, can I also keep the sector?
If you give up the trade token, yes, you could go in with just 2. So you keep the other sector.
Okay, I'll figure it out then. Thank you very much. So then I spend the credit and the food to go up on politics track as my second action.
Which gets you an agenda. We should take as that one.
S3 because S3 will score better than the current G2 does. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I can play it on prosperity, and as long as I don't put the corruption there, I'm legal to play prosperity. Good, done. Sorry that took so long. That was my big turn.
Big turn.
Over to me. So I think I'm going to play progress with my subterfuge bonus. So I spend two science to let me play any card from my discard. That icon means, yes, David?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you temptationing?
No,
none of us
I'm
have
playing
played Temptation yet, have we?
subterfuge.
Sorry. So yes, that's one from your discard, yes.
So I'm going to go up this production for statecraft. So we put another DB in there.
What we're putting?
Another Voidborn fleet.
Another one.
And I'm going up here, which lets me improve. I'm going to take this to a 5. Which gets me credit. Credit production's maxed already. It just gets me one of these. So that's that. And then I'll produce a science, which is 15. So I can get 8 of it. And then the remaining 7, I get 3 victory points.
3.5 points, yeah.
Get 3.
If improved purification came out, I would be swimming in it.
And then I get 3 for each of these. So it's 3, 6, 9. Another 9 points, yeah. Yep. That's that one. No, that's that one. Then I spend 2 to improve attack. I'm going to take improved terraforming.
Getting you 4 points.
4 points.
And what's the bonus for playing it?
I get to go up my economy track for every 5 or 6. I got 3
nice.
times.
So 3 up on the economy track.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And when I resolve, innovate, or develop, I can also improve. I kept forgetting that. I may have.
Yeah,
I developed.
I missed that.
So I should have missed an improvement. So I should have improved 1. Right. So I go up here, which gets me a banker's guild, which I can't fit on.
Right.
Go up here, I produce science
or money.
Money. So I'm going to produce science. So I can get 2, and then the remaining
6.5 points.
So it's another 6 points. And then finally, I get an agenda.
Yeah. If you want one.
I'm going to be mean and take David's, but I'm not going to do that.
What do you mean take mine?
Oh no, you've already taken it, haven't you?
Yeah, I did.
So I've only got 2 more cards left. What am I going to do? I don't think I can do conquest somehow. I've already done. What's the other one on this? It's. Yeah, go on. I'll do a fishy here.
Quick question: do I lose a sector immediately when I?
If you vacate.
Yeah, or like, does it still count to my multiplier or not?
Oh no, you lose it.
yours.
As soon as you empty it, you lose it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Then that's good. Then there are no cheese here I can do. I'm happy. Good game design. Bad strategy for me.
You all done, Nigel, while you're choosing your thing?
Yeah, I'm just choosing.
Okay.
I'm choosing S5.
I'm going to play politics, and because I've played politics, I can play E3. E3 costs me 1 energy and 1 material to gain a fleet power, add a fleet power to home, so I might as well just for a laugh. And remove 1 adjacent Voidboyne. Why can't I say the word today? Voidboyne fleet. That goes in there. And then I'm going to do 2 of these things. The first one I'm going to do is... In fact, do I want to do any of these things? I just put that down so I could get the points. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I'll spend a credit. I'll spend a food. Actually, I don't want to spend a food. So I'll spend another credit to move up on this track, which gets me 1 of those. And I mean, according to this, I could attack, but I don't really think I would survive if I was to attack. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I'm spending 2 science to remove that. That's what I'm doing. Because it was corrupt. And that's me done. There you go, quick turns. Easy.
Yep.
Go on, David.
On
Last turn of the game.
3, 4, 5. So if I get 6 sectors, that's an extra 6-point gain, right?
Say again.
if
On
I
your
go from
agenda.
5 sectors to 6 sectors, that's
that's 4. We go from 6 to 12. It's 6-point gain. Yeah.
okay. If I lose that trade token, what's gonna be my total upkeep, please? If assuming I might build one more shipyard.
So you'll be on 3, 6, 9. 9 from your agendas.
Yep, 2 from
10,
the
11,
Singapore.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 from on the board.
18 from torpedoes and 19, 20 from my crazy corruption.
Yes.
So that means I would need 10 food production, or if I have 6, then I would need 4 other resources, which I will the moment I spend that trade token. So it's worth it. There is nothing that scores for thingy bob. Upkeep. How many fleet power do you have adjacent to my sector?
1 dreadnought.
Okay. In that case, I would like to play Prosperity. And my subterfuge agenda in hand, which should be S3.
Correct.
And first, I would like to pay 2 science on subterfuge.
Yep.
And then pay 2 credits and 2 credits and 3 credits, sorry, to invade.
So this is copying the politics.
Middle of politics, yes, because I haven't played Conquest, so I can't copy that.
So he's copying that.
And I would like to move 2 of my fleets in there, tossing in a trade token, and the trade token on interstellar transports gains me 2 food. Not 2 food. Yes, 2 food is just, I'm gonna, how?
Well, you only get 1 because we maxed.
Yeah, I know, but I can do the middle of prosperity first to have space. But I don't want to because the deployment is really bad. So yes, I'll gain 1 food and 1 materials.
Yeah.
Or energy, doesn't matter which one, it's for the upkeep.
Yeah.
That was the trade token, so that cancels the sector defense, so I just shoot and win despite the absorption.
Yep.
So I gain 20 points on liberation bonus.
5 multiplied by...
4 pure
4.
sectors I have.
Oh, because that's corrupted.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, I would have loved to purify it, but then either I couldn't have played Prosperity this turn, or would have lost an additional fleet power going in, both of which would have killed me.
Right, yeah.
Right, so your bonuses, it's 3 credits.
Okay.
Takes up 4, and then a food.
I toss that, but yeah.
Right, and then it's a food which you can't get, and an energy.
Cool. Then so the 3 credits are worth absolutely nothing. Yeah, I have 2 credits left before gaining those 3, right?
No, 1 before getting those 3.
Sure. Then yeah, I'd like to toss that and draw bounty instead.
So you want 1 credit, not 4, yeah?
Yeah, because I don't have any more opportunities to spend
And
credits.
get a bounty instead.
Yeah,
The bounty is 2 materials.
much better. There's 2 upkeep gone.
So you're up to 5 for that, yeah.
Yep. And I'd like to move the corruption from this sector after I receive the 20 victory points onto the top affliction of mine.
Because
Because I don't have any more cards.
Yeah.
So that was the action on my agenda, and I haven't done any actions on actual prosperity yet. The first one will be doing the middle action for 1 food and 1 credit, and my last credit.
Yeah.
To score, tell me how many. Unfortunately, the Bankers Guild on the sector that I managed to hold on doesn't score because it's corrupted, but the rest does.
So you're doing the middle prosperity, yeah?
Yeah.
So you're getting 3. So you've got 1. So it's bankers and science. You've got 1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4, 5. So you've got 5 sectors. That's 15.
Yep. Yep. 15 points, please. And then that does a Voidborn reinforcement, which doesn't matter what it is. So just toss a ship into the one that Paul is not invading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then my last action, producing credits or science does me nothing. So I will spend the fleet power to build one last shipyard in the middle sector. Because that's 4 more points for me. Yeah.
You got one there.
Is that a shipyard? No, it's a shipyard. Okay,
Cool.
there you go.
We done. And then I talk this agenda, replacing the agenda we've discussed earlier.
Yeah, it's just replacing the max fleet power one, which you don't meet.
Correct.
Okay, nice. Okay, right.
And yes, I
Nigel, your
get
last turn.
to claim another agenda, but I don't care which one it is, so I'm not gonna waste time.
Right. I'm gonna play prosperity. So I pay a food and the energy. Go up here, which gets me a building I can't place and a trade fleet, which I'll take 2 credits with that.
Resources are not worth anything at the end of the game, are they?
Not unless you've
Not
got
unless you have
agenda.
agenda for it.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna spend 2 food. Stick another Voidborn in there, not in matters.
Another one.
And I'm getting 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 points for that.
Nice.
And that's prosperity done. And I'll spend 2 science to copy a card. Obviously not prosperity.
So you're doing a 5th agenda as well. Can you overwrite your basic agenda or not?
Yes, but it's extremely unlikely that you have an agenda that's better than your base.
So
okay.
I'm going up here, which leaves me another fleet power. Which lets me take another action. Any action I like, David, isn't it?
If you got up there, yeah, any action you like. You can even just go up on it again if you have the fleet power
Yeah,
to pay
just
for.
put 1 there. Play a 2 fleet power. And I'm going to go here and score 40 points.
Yeah, there's nothing worth more than 40 points for one action.
Yeah, that's what I was considering. I'm going to try and do it.
That's me
You
done.
done? So I'm going to play Temptation, because nobody's done this yet.
No.
So if you've stuck with us till the end of the video, you're going to get to see the Temptation card. So I'm going to do the top one, which is basically take a corruption, which means I can't play the Temptation card now, but I already have. And I get to copy 2 actions on one of my cards that I've previously played. Is that right?
Yes, but not innovation.
Not innovation, but I'm going to choose production.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Which is going to mean I add another Voidborn to here and move up on that track, getting me to do 1 action. And the 1 action I'm going to do, I'll come back to that in a minute. The second action from this track, this production using this, is going to be this. So I produce 3 food, 5 of them, 5 of them, and then I get 2, 4, 6, 8 points. So that's that. Now I'm going to do this, which is take another corruption. My resources drop down to 8, but I'll come back to that in a minute. Add another Voidborn to move up on this track for 40 points. We're at 9.
Which loses 2 off 2, loses 2 fleet power.
Oh yeah, and the 1 for moving up, yeah. And then I've got this, No, I've just done that.
Mm-hmm.
You have the bonus action you got from
The bonus action. And the bonus action I'm doing, I believe, is the prosperity one, which costs me a food and a credit. So the credit will be down to 7. These now go down to 8. Which is 3 points for each. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is 21 points.
Yes, although rulebook editing still leaves it in a question whether you're allowed to do bonus actions from a card that you're forbidden by that thing, but we'll let it slide because it's probably going to change by the time it's the final
I see
version.
what you mean, yeah, because technically speaking, I'm not allowed to play that card, but...
Yeah, but yeah, probably this rule is going to change anyway, so we don't want to rule on it now.
Yeah, we all had crazy last turns where one action combo... I mean, especially me playing Temptation, that allowed me to do 2 actions off another card, and then one of those actions was to move that up, which got me 1 action off another card, and it was all... But I'm very, very corrupted.
Yes.
Right. Are we all done? Exhausted.
Yes.
So, let's go to...
How many points are you on before final scoring?
330.
Okay.
And David, you're on 238.
Oh, God.
And I'm on 266.
Yeah.
Right. So now we are doing upkeep. I think my upkeep is 4.
Don't forget these are worth 1.
Yeah. 2 of those 2 shipyards done. So I spend 2 food. Simples.
Mine's 13.
13 upkeep. Yes. David's upkeep is...
Well, if you zoom back out, I'll help count.
All right.
I have 7 shipyards plus 9 on agenda. That's 16.
Mine should have been
17 on the thingy and 18, 19 on the other thing. So I spend all of my food.
Yeah.
Food. There you go.
How many was that?
14.
So I have to spend 5 more, right?
Yeah, which you can spend in materials and then you're done.
Yeah. Yep.
Remember when you max that you don't pay more than
Yeah, my upkeep is actually 9, so I've just paid for it and lost loads of resources, but that's fine. Okay.
Yep.
So
Then
we're done upkeep. Now we do this. So 1 point for your highest production, 1 point for your lowest production, and 5 points for each technology.
Yep, that should
So
be
mine's 3 plus 15.
25 for me.
So technology, is it for each technology?
Per card. It doesn't matter whether it's improved or not.
So that's simply the number of cards. So if you've got an improved one, that counts as 2, effectively.
No, it counts as 1. You toss the old one.
You toss the old one, right. So that's
This
3,
is
it's 15.
rewording what I've done.
33.
The 5 basics.
So 33 for me.
So it's your highest production plus your lowest.
Yep.
So that's 19.
Plus 20.
Plus 20.
So 39.
39.
And David's on 25.
Plus 12. So it's 37 for me.
12?
My food production is 10. My materials production is 2.
Got your food production on 12, isn't it?
Food production should be on 12, I think.
Excellent. I miscounted that, but I am happy.
3, 7, 11.
Yeah, so 11 steps up, which is...
Sorry, no, it's 10.
It's 10.
Dial must have moved.
Okay, right.
Because this is a bit wobbly. So 10. So you're on 12 for that. Plus.
35 on that. That's 37.
37.
Yeah.
Okay. And the agendas. Right, so we'll do mine. I get 7, 14, 21. 21. 10, so that's 31. No 6s. 31. 35. 39. 41. 43. 45. 47. 49. 51. 53. These are back to 4. So 57, 61, 65. So 65 points for my
Basic agenda.
Basic agenda. That seems high. 65. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, okay. Next. If I've got that, which I do, 10 plus 4 for every shipyard, that's another 18. So add on 20, take off 2.
Which is why you never want to toss your top agenda.
Yeah. Have it on that, yes. Have it on that, yes. So that's 10 plus 24. 24? Yeah, 24. Yeah. So 34. So 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then the last one is, did I get tier 2 economy? Yes. 6. And then 1 point for every non-corrupt population, which is 16. So another 22.
Okay.
So 1, 2.
Final score.
1, 2.
So far.
502.
So I score for my tech, which is 7, 14, 20. Then I get 10, 20, 25 for that. Then that's I get
10, 18, 24, 30.
Yeah.
30. 3 guilds.
Yeah, that's it. So it's not finished yet. Then this one, I have got techs, so I score 6, and then 7 times
the tier
4.
level of your society.
Yeah, so
nice.
4 to 28 plus 6 is
34.
34. Then this one is, yes, I've got 8, 6, and then 6 for each sector with a shipyard. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6 4s are 24 plus 6 is 30. 1, 2, 3.
And finally,
have I got 2? Yes, I have 2 shipyards. So that's 4, and then 7, just 7. So that's 11.
final score
435.
Right, David, I've got you currently on 275.
So
yep.
Techs.
Please help me with the math.
Techs, you've got 3, 6, 9, 16.
16.
Got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 5 sectors. You got 2, 4, got 6 sectors. So that's 12 points.
12.
Each defence is worth 2. So it's 2, 4.
Yep, that's it.
4.
4.
And then each shipyard's worth 4. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8 shipyards. That's another 32.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay.
Everything changes. You get 10 points for this, and then
10.
you get your population of pure. So that's 5, 7, 10, 18.
2. Okay.
Then this one, having 3 bankers guilds, 3 science guilds, you got that, so that's 8. And then you 3 for each fleet pack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 21.
Another 21. 1, 2, 21.
And then this one is 10 plus in total production.
So it's 10. I've done the 10.
Yeah, so no, there's not 10, it's 6. So you get 6 points for that. And then 3 for each pure sector.
So it's 6, did you say?
Yeah, he gets 6 points for that instead of 10, so take 4 off. And then 3 for each pure sector, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 15.
So another 15.
Yeah.
Okay. 317.
Okay.
That sound right to you? Are we finished?
We haven't counted final turn order, but otherwise, yes.
So
Yes.
final turn order is
The time you spent.
8, 16. Why have I got 6 cards here?
I don't know. That's a you problem.
I think I was going to play reinforcement and didn't.
Right, makes sense.
34.
25.
32. So Nigel gets 10 points, I get 5
Nigel
points.
gets 10, you get 5.
And I would like to urge everyone watching this to not draw any balanced conclusions from this video, because we are constantly playtesting behind the scenes,
Yes.
and we know, and we're adjusting.
Like we said at the start, there are 2 prototype elements of this game. First of all, what you see physically, and second, as I mentioned at the start, the overall structure of the game, the number of cycles, the phases, all of that, that's fixed. That's not changing. The specific details about how some of these actions will work, the specific numbers on some of the techs and all of that, that's all still being tweaked and balanced. But what I would say is that the final game, when it comes out, whenever it comes out, is going to feel the same as what you've seen the game played today, even though lots of little things are going to get tweaked. Paul
would have about 50 points less, and I would have about 100 points more.
You didn't tell me in advance what was particularly good that you're looking at changing in future, but from what you're saying, did I end up doing some of the things that you've already identified will need tweaking?
One of them, yes, not all of them. Plus the fact that the militaristic agendas currently need a bit more early game boost.
Yes, because if it's based on the number of sectors that you've got, that's not going to be high.
We know.
Yeah. Okay.
We're working on it.
And the other thing is, of course, the game depends on the map as well. We end up with 2 big choke points here and here with ridiculous numbers of
numbers. I was going to go for an extra sector, but then at the start of the 3rd cycle, I went, I think I can just get more points by doing other things and not even bothering. And that's what I then focused on.
Yeah, I didn't realise you were going to take improved dreadnoughts, or I'd have taken that rather than the autonomous drones.
Right. I mean, I did it in sort of preparation for maybe an attack, and then went, no, I don't think I'll bother. So, we're all done. What a day. What a day. It's been exhausting. But for those people watching, I hope this has given you, as I say, a good idea of how it plays out. Lots of different approaches that you can take. Lots of things going on. Core concept, relatively simple. Play card. Choose 2 of the 3 actions. Off you go. But it's putting it all together, and the agendas are really important. So although they look like cards with really small writing on, when I first saw them, I was like, I'm not going to be able to understand these. But once you've played half a game, you look at them, and as long as you can understand what the iconography is saying, these are what's going to generate you points at the end of every cycle. Especially this one. I mean, how many points did I get for that in the last cycle? 60 something?
Yeah.
And it's because I went for building lots of credit guilds. So my bankers guilds were giving me 4 points at the end of every cycle. And that really paid off in the end. And there was a few times where I generated credits when I was on like the max credits, and it's just points. It's just getting the points in. So yeah, we are all done. We're going to wrap things up now. We're going to put this away. Nigel's taking it back to London with him, I believe, because you're going to be working on
the
solo modes and cooperative modes and everything else. And what you've seen here is one scenario, and it is one of the scenarios, and it is the competitive scenario, and it is with one of the map layouts. Am I right in thinking that there's going to be other technology card configurations for the 3-player setup, or whatever, right? So it
different galactic events,
different technologies, different map layouts.
Yeah.
Yes,
right.
Some of them are smaller, so player versus player combat is more likely. And in that one, if you did what you did, I would have just started, missiling you.
Yeah.
And also there are ones that are actually bigger, so people are more. Either I can get 6-7 sectors without reaching anyone, or you can sit in the far corner of the map and build a 4 empire perfection in peace. So that, like, we have a map for the super Euro players, we have a map for the super Mexican standoff players.
Yep.
And each of them with suitable technology sets, and those are still being tweaked, and hopefully there will be many more. So
that's the thing. If you're the kind of group that likes to get involved in player versus player combat early on, there is going to be a scenario for you in there. If you're the kind of group that likes to sit in their own corner of the galaxy, fight the bad guys, and not really get involved with the other players, there will be a scenario in there for you as well, and anything in between. And there will be more components than we had today. There's other things as well. There's other things we've got off camera that we're not showing, but there are other. Obviously, there's these that we didn't see.
Yeah, no one took sentries.
Nobody took sentries.
Because they're best either if somebody's quickly attacking, and I was the one who wanted to quickly attack and didn't quite work out.
Yep.
Or if it's very good if somebody's threatening you with dreadnoughts, but this map is not aggressive enough for that to happen a lot.
Yeah. And these void storms, which blocked movement, were you saying that there is a technology which allows you to pass through them?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, that's gonna change things up. If we were playing with that technology, that would have changed things a bit as well. So anyway, thank you very much, Nigel, for coming around. Thank you, David, for joining us. Thank you very much to Mindclash Games for asking me to create the video. And yeah, hope you've enjoyed it. Make sure you like the video, leave me a comment, let me know if you've enjoyed it, and if you are in a position to be able to support me on Patreon to help support the channel, patreon.com/gaming rules. Until next time, take care. Thanks for watching.
Gaming Rules is proudly sponsored by Game Toppers, upgrading your gaming experience. Visit GameToppersLLC.com.